Okay. So now we move on to the most important section of all. That is section 194C. Section is 194C. Nature of payment is payment made to contractor or subcontractor. Nature of payment is what? Payment made to contractor or subcontractor. Payer is a specified person. Specified person, a list is given here. So very important point number one. Section is 194C. Nature of payment is payment made to a contractor or subcontractor. So there are two persons here. In any contract, there are two parties, contractor and contractee. Here, we say that whenever the contractee is making payment to contractor, in that case, he should deduct TDS in section 194C. But not all the contracts, that will discuss which type of contract. First of all, we move on to payer, nature of payer. Who can be payer in this case? So they have written payer means a specified person. Payer means a specified person. So in this specified person, we have a list of 10 points. It is difficult to remember this 10 points list. What you can do is, you can try to connect all these points to the definition of person. You might be already remembering the definition of person. So you might be knowing well the definition of person, saying that person includes individual, HUF, firm, company, association of person, body of individual, local authority, and artificial juridical person. So in that same definition of person, you should try to fit all these points. Or there are certain cases wherein the specified person given here, it does not fall into the list of person only. So let us refer this one by one and try to fit this point into definition of person. Number one is central or state government. Number one is what? Central or state government. Central or state government doesn't fall within the list of person. So if you want, you can write here in the bracket not a person. Against point number A in the bracket, you can write not a person. So central government, state government, they do not fall within the definition of person. Local authority specifically falls into the definition of person in point number 6. Local authority falls into the definition of person in point number 6. Then we have central, state, provincial corporation. Central, state, provincial corporation means any entity which is formed under a central act or state act. This is called as artificial juridical person. In the definition of person, this will fall into the last point, that is called as artificial juridical person. Cooperative society. In the definition of person, it will fall into association of person and body of individual. Against point number 3, you can write into the bracket artificial juridical person. Against point number 4, in the bracket you can write what? Association of person or body of individual. Next we have housing authorities. Next we have housing authorities. See, every state will have a housing authority. Every state will have a housing authority. Like in Maharashtra, we have Maharashtra Housing Development Authority. So this housing authority will fall into last point, artificial juridical person. Trust will fall into association of person. University will fall into artificial juridical person. So in point number 5, out of 3 points, 2 of them are falling into artificial juridical person, which are housing authority and university. Trust will fall into association of person. Point number 6, government of a foreign state or foreign enterprise or any association or body established outside India. First of all, this government of foreign state. Government of foreign state is not a person. It will not fall anywhere in the definition of person. So government of foreign state is not a person. Foreign enterprise is a person. Association or body established outside India is a person. Foreign enterprise, if it is a foreign company, it will fall into the word company. If it is any other association, it may fall into association of person or body of individual. So you can underline this government of foreign state. Then you can write it is not a person. Foreign enterprise, association, or body established outside India, you can write this company AOPBOI. Next is point number preceding 9 points. So you can circle this word association, person, body of individual, and you can write other than those covered by point number 1 to 9. Other than those covered by point number 1 to 9. So individual HUF, association of person or body of individual, whether incorporated or not. Whether incorporated or not. Only if their total sales, gross receipt or turnover from business profession carried on by him exceeds 1 crore in case of business and 50 lakh in case of profession in the immediately preceding financial year. In the immediately preceding financial year. So all those association of person which do not fall into preceding 9 points, they will deduct TDS only if they are into business, their turnover is more than 1 crore. If they are into profession, their gross receipts are more than 50 lakhs. In case of those association of person or body of individual which are covered by preceding 9 points, they will always deduct TDS irrespective of their turnover or gross receipts in the last year. Irrespective of their turnover or gross receipts in the last year, they will always deduct the TDS. Individual chief, they always deduct the TDS. Generally, they deduct TDS only when the turnover gross receipt exceeds the limit of 1 crore and 50 lakh respectively. Yes, have you understood this nature of payer? Yes. Sarvana, what doubt you are having? Shall I proceed? So here we have covered local authority. Local authority means municipal corporation. Municipal corporation, district board, cantonment board. They have we are in the definition of person, we have a separate point now. In the definition of person, out of 7 points, The second last point, point number 6 is local authority only. So that is specifically covered by the definition of person. Local authority is specifically covered by the definition of person. We have a separate point. Okay. Now let's try to understand. Section 194C covers payment made to contractor or subcontractor. Section 194C covers what? Payment made to contractor or subcontractor. See, what do you mean by which contract they are talking about? They are not talking about any contract. If you recollect the chapter of income from salary, we had discussed that we had discussed that contract can be of two types: contract of service and contract for service. In contract of service, there is employer-employee relationship, whereas in contract for service, there is no employer-employee relationship. In other words, in other words, we had bifurcated the contract into two categories in the chapter of income from salaries. Similarly, here also we are bifurcating the contract in two contracts. We are bifurcating the contract into two parts. Number one, sale contract, and number two is works contract. Number one is sale contract and number two is works contract. The sale contract, the section 194C is not applicable. Section 194C is not applicable in case of sale contract. Why not? Because if we apply section 194C in case of sale contract, then everyone will deduct TDS in this world. You as an individual also, you purchase a lot of things on a daily basis. So it is a sale contract only. You go to a shop and you buy small packet of biscuit also. That is also a contract then. It is a sale contract. So if we ask to deduct TDS on sale contract also, then everyone will start deducting TDS. So government says sale contracts are not liable to reduction of TDS in section 194C. Which contracts are on which contracts TDS is liable to be deducted is only works contract. Now, what is the difference between sale contract and works contract? In case of a sale contract, there is a sale transaction. In case of sale contract, there is a sale transaction. When we say sale transaction, seller will transfer the ownership and possession of goods or commodity, and buyer will pay the consideration. Whenever there is a transfer of ownership, we say it is a sale contract, and on that TDS is not required to be deducted. In case of work contract, there is no transfer of ownership, there is only transfer of possession. So generally in case of work contract, only possession is transferred, ownership is not transferred. Let me give you a very simple example to understand the difference between a sale contract and works contract. Say for example, in my house, I want a table. In my house, I want a table. So I went to the furniture shop. I asked for the table. I saw different varieties of table, and I liked one of the table. And he said that, sir, for this the price is 5,000 rupees. So I paid them 5,000 and I bought the table. Or say I paid them 10,000, I bought the table. Which contract this is? This is sale contract. I am buyer, I am buying a commodity. Seller is transferring the ownership and possession of that commodity. On this, when I pay money to the seller, I should not deduct TDS. Because this is a sale contract, this is not liable for tax reduction at source. Another example. Say for example, I want a table for my house. I went to that furniture shop. I asked the price of the table and he told me it is 10,000 rupees. I thought that 10,000 rupees is very high amount, very costly it is. Instead, if I purchase the wood and other raw material, and if I appoint the carpenter to make the table, then easily within 6 to 7,000 rupees this table can be made. So what I have done now, next time I visited that shop, that furniture shop, along with me, I am taking my carpenter also. So I have called up one carpenter saying that I want to make some furniture. I told this carpenter that you come with me to the furniture shop. I'll show you the table there. You see how it is made, and then you give me the judgment as to how much cost will be incurred for making such kind of table. So I'm taking that carpenter to that furniture shop. So I'm just roaming around the shop and looking at different products. And my carpenter, I've given instruction to him saying that you just look at the table, see how it is made, and give me the judgment how much cost will be incurred. Then we left the furniture shop. Carpenter says that sir, this table can be made in maximum 6,000 rupees. So I decided this. I want to make this table at home only. So I told carpenter, what raw material do you require? Just give me the list. So carpenter has made a list of raw material. This much wood will be required, this much fevicol will be required, this many nails will be required. All this raw material he has listed down. He has given him the list. So I am now going to the wood shop. I have purchased wood from there. So it is a sale contract, not liable for deduction of TDS. I have gone to the hardware shop and I have purchased other materials. That is also a sale contract, no TDS. Now, I have called up my carpenter saying that I have purchased all raw materials. You can start coming from tomorrow. So tomorrow he came to my house. He worked there for 2 days and he made that table. So here, do you believe that there is a transfer of ownership? Am I transferring ownership of raw material to my carpenter? No, I am just transferring the possession of raw material. I purchased the wood and other raw material from the shop. That was a sale contract. Now I am giving the possession of this raw material to my carpenter. Carpenter using that raw material will manufacture the table, will make the table, and he will retransfer the possession of the table to me. So in this case, we say that there is no transfer of ownership. Ownership was lying with me only. I was the owner of the raw material. Raw material was in my house only. I have just transferred the possession of raw material to someone so that that person can perform certain activities on that raw material and convert that into a finished goods. So in this case, we say that it is a works contract. There is no transfer of ownership. There is only transfer of possession from one person to another. In that case, this will be covered by section 194C. So while I pay money to that carpenter, I should deduct TDS. Have you understood these two examples? Yes. So sale contract are not liable for tax reduction. Works contract are liable for tax reduction. So whenever there is a transfer of ownership, it is a sale contract. Whenever there is a transfer of only possession, it is a works contract. Works contract TDS is required to be deducted. If you want, I'll give you one more example. Now you should identify whether it is a works contract or whether it is a sale contract. You should identify and tell me. For example, I went to a furniture shop. I liked the table there, but the moment I measured, I felt that this table is bigger than what I need. So I asked that furniture shop owner, saying that I want this kind of table only, same design, same pattern, but the size of the table should be slightly smaller because I need to fit this table in a specific space in my house. So it should be according to that space only. So that furniture shop owner says that no worries, sir. You can pay money to us, and we will make a same table of slightly smaller size for you. I told him what will be the cost. He says that cost will be 8,000 rupees, and you have to pay 50% in advance, 4,000. So I told him okay. So I paid him 50% advance. I paid 4,000 rupees. He made a table. He came to my house. He measured, did the measurement, etc. Then he made the table, and after 4 5 days, he came to my house along with table. I paid him remaining 4,000, and he gave me the table. Which contract this is? This is also a sale contract. It is just that that person is making a table according to my requirement, but it is a sale contract only. He is making table in his own warehouse. Say for example, some fire takes place in his warehouse, and that raw material is burned by fire. It is lost by fire. It is whose loss? It is not my loss. It is his loss only, because he was the owner of raw material. Once the raw material is processed, finished goods is made, he is the owner. Ownership will be transferred when the goods are delivered at my home. When that table is delivered at my home, ownership will get transferred and I'll pay consideration. So once again, that is a sale contract only. So whether you are purchasing a ready product, or you are placing an order, and the other person is making goods according to a requirement. In both cases, it is a sale contract only, because in both cases there is a transfer of ownership. Have you clearly understood this? Okay. Now, see, there can be a lot of works contracts here. For example, Madam Deva Madam is having, she is having a gold jewelry. She has gone to a jeweler shop, and she has asked the jeweler shop to do the polishing of that jewelry. Do the polishing so that it appears like new only. This is which contract? Definitely the works contract. What is transferred? The possession of the jewelry is transferred, so that the other person, jewelry shop owner, can do the polishing and return the possession of jewelry. This is a works contract. In your office, you are having an air conditioner. You have given a maintenance contract for that AC. This contract is definitely a works contract. If something wrong happens with that AC, then you will transfer the possession. That person will come here in your office, will provide you the services. So you are not transferring the ownership of the air conditioner, you are just transferring the possession. You have given a maintenance contract for your computer. That is also a works contract. You have given a contract for installation of plant and machinery. That is a works contract. Plant and machinery, you are the owner, it belongs to you. You have just transferred to ensure that you have just transferred the possession to ensure that the installation is done. That's all. Have you understood what is works contract, what is sale contract? Yes? Okay. Now I am giving you 1 minute time to refer this. This much you have to refer. This is a definition of works contract. So whatever I have explained you till now, that is definitely works contract. That is the normal meaning of the works contract. But here we have 5 points. These 5 points, actually that is not a work contract, but government wants to ensure that the TDS is deducted in such contract also. Therefore, government has made a list, and government has given that list, saying that this will also be considered as works contract. So all these points should be considered as works contract, and TDS is liable to be deducted. So I'm giving you 1-2 minutes and kindly quickly refer this. So let us move on to this. Works contract also includes advertising contract. Works contract also includes advertising contract. See, advertising contract is generally not a works contract, but government specifically wants to ensure that the TDS is deducted in case of advertising contract. Therefore, government says advertising contract will be considered as works contract. We have we have one case to understand in the advertising contract. Applicability of TDS provision in case of advertising contract. See, advertising contract means giving a contract for doing the advertisement. Giving a contract for doing the advertisement. Let us refer to this point number D as well as E. Point number D as well as E. Both are related to advertising contract. So before I actually read the definition of works contract, I will be reading one point and we'll be discussing different points here. So as per the definition, works contract include number one, advertising contract. So we have point number D and E. To understand what is advertising contract, whether that is liable for tax reduction or not. The applicability of TDS provision on payment made by the television company and publishing house to the advertisement companies for procuring or canvassing for advertisement. Let me give you a very simple example. Say, for example, if you want to give one advertisement in the Times of India newspaper. For example, Inside Commerce Studies wants to give advertisement in Times of India newspaper. Then they cannot approach the Times of India newspaper directly. They will approach the advertising agency. Then advertising agency will collect the advertisement from Inside Commerce Studies, and that advertisement will be forwarded to Times of India, clearly writing that this advertisement is to be printed on the newspaper, which page number, what is the size of advertisement, where it is required to be printed, top side, left, right hand, right hand bottom, left hand bottom, where it is required to be printed, on which day it is required to be published. All these things will be clearly mentioned by the advertising agency, and advertising agency will forward this to Times of India. Thereafter, Inside Commerce Studies will pay money to advertising agency, and advertising agency will deduct certain percentage, say 15%, 20% of the money received, and balance they will forward to Times of India. In this case, how the TDS provision will work? So first is the payment made by the client to the advertising agency. Means first is the payment made by Inside Commerce Studies to the advertising agency. Here we have entered into a contract with the advertising agency for doing the advertisement. Our clear intention is to do the advertisement in Times of India newspaper, and that is the reason we have contacted the advertising agency. Our intention is to clearly do the advertisement. It is a advertising contract. So whatever money is paid by Inside Commerce Studies, to whom? To the advertising agency. That will be considered as a works contract, that is an advertising contract. TDS is required to be deducted in section 194C. Yes, have you understood this? Second payment is payment made by the advertising agency to television company or newspapers. For example, Inside Commerce Studies has paid written in 2000. They did a question not applicable because it is not an advertising contract. Between Inside Commerce Studies and Advertising Agency, there was an advertising contract. So that was covered by section 194C. TDS was liable to be deducted. But between the advertising agency and the Times of India newspaper, there is no advertising contract. It is a service contract. They are rendering services. They are getting the clients for the Times of India. (717) and 715 in the year 1995. So it says, however, another issue has been arisen as to whether the fees or charges taken or retained by the advertising company from the media company for canvassing or booking the advertisement, should that be considered as a commission or discount for attracting the provisions of section 194H, or should that be considered as a trading profit not attracting TDS under any section? So CBDT has further issued the circular in the year 2016 and has clarified that the relationship between the agency, advertising agency, and the television company or newspaper company is that of principal to principal. It is not a principal to agent relationship, it is a principal to principal relationship. Therefore, no TDS should be deducted in section 194H. So, whatever commission or whatever amount advertising agency they are receiving from the newspaper or television company, on that TDS will not be deducted. TDS will not be deducted because it should not be considered as commission, because the relationship is principal to principal relationship, not principal to agent relationship. It is also further clarified that commission, the word commission was explained in question number 27 of CBDT circular number 715 issued in the year 1995. And they say that commission does not refer to payment made by the media companies to the advertising companies for booking of advertisement, but commission includes payment for engagement of models, artists, photographers, sports persons, etc. And therefore is not relevant to the issue of TDS referred to in this circular. In other words, conclusion is what? Whatever money Inside Commerce Studies is paying to the advertising agency, on that definitely we will deduct TDS in section 194C because it is a advertising contract. But whatever amount advertising agency is receiving from the television company or newspaper company for getting the advertisements, for canvassing the advertisements, on that they are not liable to deduct TDS because the contract between them is principal to principal contract, not a principal to agent contract, neither it is an advertising contract. It is a service contract. So neither this is covered by section 194C nor it is covered by section 194H. So TDS is not required to be deducted. Have you understood this point very clearly? These points are all covered in the module. 194C is a very big section. It has a lot of practical implications and a lot of controversial issues also. Now we'll move on to one more point relating to advertisement, and that is point number E. Say for example, Dixit is owning a building. Dixit is owning an entire building in the city of Chennai, and that building is a road-facing building. That building is a road-facing building. So, on the front side of the building, Dixit has constructed a iron rod structure. Have you seen those iron rod structure on which the big advertisements will be put above the building on the terrace or maybe outside part of the building? You put the advertisements, no hoardings. That hoarding, those hoardings are fitted into, those banners are fitted into what? Those banners are fitted into that iron rod structure which is attached to the building. Now, say for example, Dixit is having a building, and the back side of the entire building is road facing. Back side of the entire building is road facing. So what Dixit has done? Dixit has created an iron rod structure on the entire building. On the entire building, Dixit has created an iron rod structure. Now Dixit wants to start a business of advertising, saying that anyone wants to advertise their product by putting a banner on this iron rod structure. We will charge money and we will allow them to put their advertisements here. But Dixit doesn't have an intention of getting into this advertising business. So Dixit has contacted one advertising agency saying that if you want this much space, this entire building space, we will let out. We will give it to you. This entire iron rod structure will give it to you. You pay a fixed amount of money every month, 50,000 rupees. And then you use this place for advertising in your advertising business. So all those customers who wants to put the advertisement here, you can contact them and you can earn from the advertisement. So Dixit has given his space to the advertising agency. Now advertising agency, first of all, they'll put their own banner there saying that if you want to put the advertisement here, contact so and so number. So all those business organizations, all those people who wanted to put the advertisement on that iron rod structure, they would contact that advertising agency. Here now two payments are involved. Number one, payment made by the advertising agency to Dixit. This amount will remain the same every month. It is a fixed amount. And number two, payment made by those who wanted to get the advertisement done. Those are business organizations. Those business organizations are paying money to advertising agency. Advertising agency is paying money to Dixit, and customers, advertisers, clients are paying money to advertising agency. So there are two contracts here. TDS should be deducted in this section, or should it be deducted or should it not be deducted? So whenever any person pays money to the advertising agency saying that yes, we want to put our banner here for the advertisement purposes, how much amount you will charge? So that advertising agency says 10 feet by 10 feet, so 100 feet banner, you will charge 1,000 rupees for a day, and you have to take that space for minimum 10 days. If you take that space for less than 10 days, then we will charge 1,500 rupees per day. So that person who wants to put the advertisement, he has gone to the advertising agency and he has paid money to advertising agency. Which type of contract this is? This is definitely advertising contract. So if inside commerce studies have to put the advertisement, put the banner on that building, they will not contact Dixit, because Dixit has handed over the possession of that iron rod structure to advertising agency. So inside commerce studies will pay money to whom? They will pay money to advertising agency. Will they deduct TDS? Answer is yes, they will deduct TDS. In which section? Section 194C. Because this is a advertising contract. This is the advertising contract. Number two, that advertising agency is paying money to Dixit, fixed amount every month. That is nothing but a rent. Rent for letting out that iron rod structure. See, rent is not only for building, rent can be for furniture also, rent can be for plant machinery also. So here what Dixit has let out? Dixit has let out that iron rod structure. So that advertising agency is paying fixed sum of money every month to Dixit. This is not an advertisement contract. This is a contract for letting out the space, letting out the structure. In that case, we call this as rent. Whatever amount advertising agency is paying to Dixit will be considered as a rent. On that, TDS is required to be deducted, but not in section 194C, in section 194I. So inside commerce studies paying money to advertising agency, they will deduct TDS in 194C, and that advertising agency paying money to Dixit, they will deduct TDS in section 194I. Yes, have you understood this? So we have completed point number D and point number E. Once again, we are moving back to the definition of works contract. It says, for the purpose of section 194C, the expression work contract shall include number one, advertising contract. Number two, broadcasting and telecasting contract, including production of programs for such broadcasting or telecasting. It includes what? Broadcasting and telecasting contract, including production of programs for such telecasting or broadcasting. In connection with this also, we are having one point, and that is point number I. Point number I. Point number I, we have divided the situation into two. We have divided the situation into two parts. So you can refer this very quickly, then I'll take the example and make you understand. Refer this situation 1, situation 2. What is written? Try to understand. Then I'll take one example to make you understand this. Okay. I do not know which are the production houses in Chennai for Tamil movies. Which are the very popular production houses? I do not know. Can you give me the name of any one production house? AVM, Sun Pictures. Yes, Sun Pictures I've heard. So 2D Entertainment. Do you know Ekta Kapoor? Do you know Ekta Kapoor? Ekta Kapoor? No. Do you know Jitendra? Jitendra, very old hero of Hindi movies. Ekta Kapoor is the daughter of Jitendra. You do not know? Anyway, let me take the example of then some other entity only. Say for example, Sun Pictures. Sun Pictures, KPM Productions, all these are production houses. They will produce the movie or they will produce the television serial for you. Can you name? Can you give me the name of any television channel? Tamil television channel? Yes. Sun TV, Z Tamil. Yes. Okay. Okay. So for example, Z Tamil is a television channel. They wanted to show one. They wanted to show one serial in the peak slot of 8:30 to 9. Their slot of 8:30 to 9 is free. So they wanted to show some family type serial. You understand a serial, daily soap. So this Z Tamil will contact the production house. Say for example, they have contacted Sun Pictures. Z Tamil has gone to Sun Pictures and Z Tamil is asking Sun Pictures that on our channel 8:30 to 9 slot is going free. We don't have anything to show. We were running the serial, that serial is over. So we want to show some family type of serial from 8:30 to 9. One possibility is Sun Pictures will say that we already have one serial of 300 episodes. We can show from Monday to Friday, 5 days a week. You can show that. And that is 300 episodes. So around 1.5 year, it can go for 1.5 year. So what the executive of the Sun Pictures will do now? He will ask the what the executive of Z Tamil will do now? Z Tamil executive will ask the officer of Sun Pictures saying that you do one thing, you show me 3-4 episodes. So Z Tamil officer will see three four different episodes to find out how interesting the serial is. And say for example, Z Tamil concluded that yes, this serial is perfect. We want this serial to be shown on our channel from 8:30 to 9. In this case, they are making serial or that serial is already made. Serial is already made, it is ready. So now Sun Pictures will enter into a contract. As per that contract, Z Tamil will show that serial on their channel from 8:30 to 9 for the next 1.5 year, Monday to Friday. This is the broadcasting contract, broadcasting or telecasting contract. But the point is that covered by section 194C? Government says no, it is not covered by 194C. This situation is not covered because in this contract work is not done at all. You have readily purchased the broadcasting right of the existing serial. So in this case, this production house, Star Production House, or Sun Pictures Production House will transfer what? Will transfer the broadcasting right to Z Tamil. Sun Pictures will transfer the broadcasting right. Will just provide the broadcasting right. Who is the owner of that serial? In whose name the copyrights are registered? Copyrights are registered in the name of Sun Pictures only. So Sun Pictures, they are owner of that serial. They are transferring the broadcasting right to Z Tamil for 1.5 year. So in this case, copyright is not getting transferred. Ownership is not getting transferred. Just the broadcasting right is given. So Z Tamil can do the broadcasting of that serial on their television channel for 1.5 year. For that, Z Tamil will pay money to production house Sun Pictures. On that, TDS is not liable to be deducted because this is not a works contract. This is not considered as works contract. Another possibility is, say for example, the officer of Z Tamil went through those 3-4 episodes of that serial and he said that no, this serial is not as per our requirement. Do one thing, we have the entire story of the serial and we have the story. You just refer to that story and you let us know how many episodes you can make. Out of this entire story, you can make how many episodes? So Z Tamil has given the story to Sun Pictures Production House. Sun Pictures production house, they have gone through the story and they are saying that we can make 600 episodes out of this. So what Z Tamil is doing now? Z Tamil is saying that do one thing, you make a serial of 600 episodes and you take those actors which we will give you the list. So Z Tamil has provided the list of actors to be hired. So Sun Pictures will hire those actors. They will make the serial and then they will give the serial to Z Tamil. In this case, generally, copyright will be transferred to Z Tamil because the serial is made as per the requirement of Z Tamil. Copyright will be transferred to Z Tamil. In this case, contract was entered for doing the work. Some work was carried out. Some work was carried out. Serial was made. Actor, actresses were hired. So contract was entered for carrying out some work. Sun Pictures, they are making serial. They are producing serial. They are doing the shooting of the serial on behalf of Z Tamil. They are doing this work for Z Tamil. In that case, we say that Z Tamil and Sun Pictures, they have entered into a works contract to do some work. This will be covered by section 194C and TDS is liable to be deducted. Have you understood both these examples? If Z Tamil agrees to show that ready-made serial is already made, Z Tamil is agreeing to show that serial on that channel, then it is not a works contract. But Z Tamil is saying that no, we don't want your ready-made serial. We will give you the story according to that. You make the serial, produce the serial, and give it to us. In that case, it is a works contract covered by section 194C. TDS will be liable to be deducted. Yes, have you understood this? So situation one, payment is made. Payment is made to the production house. Payment is made for production of content program as per the specification of broadcaster or telecaster. You can underline the word broadcaster, telecaster, and in the bracket you can write Z Tamil. So payment is made by Z Tamil for production of content and program as per the specification of Z Tamil. Here we say that where the content is produced as per the specification provided by the broadcaster, telecaster, and the copyright of the content of the program is also getting transferred to the telecaster, broadcaster. Such contract will be covered by the term works contract and will be subject to TDS in section 194C. Second payment or second situation. In second situation, payment is made for acquisition of broadcasting or telecasting right of the content which is already produced by the production house. Production house, we can write Sun Pictures. So here who is making payment to whom? Definitely Z Tamil is making payment to Sun Pictures. Here we are saying that where the telecaster, broadcaster, that is Z Tamil, acquires only the telecasting and broadcasting right of the content which is already produced by the production house. There is no contract for carrying out any work. Therefore, it is not work contract. Section 194C is not getting attracted. No TDS in section 194C. But the question is whether TDS will be deducted in any other section? Yes. TDS needs to be deducted in section 194J, considering that payment is royalty. That serial is owned by Sun Pictures production house. Z Tamil is using that serial. They are broadcasting that serial on their own channel. For that, they are paying money to Sun Pictures, and that is considered as royalty. So TDS is liable to be deducted in which section? In section 194J. In section 194J. Have you understood this? So once again, we are moving back to the definition of works contract. We have discussed point number 1 and 2 in detail. Point number 3, carriage of passengers and goods by any mode of transportation other Mutual fund registered under section 10 clause 23C, don't deduct TDS. Organization, you are paying money to some transporter for carrying your goods from one place to another. Contract will be considered as work contract. It is liable for tax deduction at source. So if you have given the contract to someone, contract to a transporter to transfer your goods from one place to another, that will be considered as works contract. Transport contracts are considered as work contract. TDS is liable to be deducted. But very important point to be noted in this connection is, in the chapter of PGBP, if you recollect, we had discussed the section 44AE, presumptive income in case of transportation business. If SSC is not owning more than 10 goods vehicle, if SSC is not owning more than 10 goods vehicle, then he can declare income as per section 44A. His income will be how much? His income will be how much? For heavy goods vehicle, income will be 1000 rupees per ton per month or part of the month. For other than heavy goods vehicle, it is 7500 per month or part of the month. Do you remember these things? This was covered in the chapter of PGVP. Do you recollect this? So in that connection, point number G is made. Point number G is made in that connection only. But by now you already know that contract for carriage of passengers and goods, that is transport contracts, they are considered as works contract. TDS is liable to be deducted in section 194C. What if you have made payment to a small transporter owning not more than 10 goods carriage? In that first point, we are saying that no TDS if the small transporter furnishes the PAN to the payer and the declaration that he owns less than or equal to 10 goods carriage. So, for example, I am a manufacturer. My factory is situated in Gujarat. Goods which are manufactured in Gujarat, they are then transferred throughout the country for the purpose of sale. And they are transferred through, they are transported through a private transporter. If the person to whom I have given the contract for transferring goods from my factory to my outlet, if that person is not owning more than 10 goods carriage, if that person is not owning more than 10 goods carriage, he is giving me the PAN number, he is giving me his PAN number, and he is also giving me a return declaration. He is also giving me a return declaration saying that he does not own more than 10 goods carriage. In that case, I will not deduct TDS. So, small transporters are exempted from tax reduction. If the transporter is small, then if we are making payment to a small transporter, we should not deduct TDS. Yes, have you understood this point? Yes. Second point says TDS is applicable on the goods carriage not owned by the transporter. See, in section 44A, when we discuss the presumptive income section, there the income is based on number of vehicles owned by the taxpayer, owned by the SSC. Those vehicles which are taken on rent, they are not considered to be owned by the SSC. So, if the transporter has acquired some vehicles on rental basis, and those vehicles he is using in his own transportation business, and if we are paying money to that transporter for transferring our goods from one place to another, in that case we should deduct TDS because vehicle is not owned by him. Since vehicle is not owned by him, he is not covered by section 44A. If you take the vehicle on lease, then those vehicle will not be covered by 44A. You can't declare income as per 44A. You have to declare income as per normal provision for those vehicles. So those vehicles which are not owned by the SSC, they are taken on rent, they are taken on lease. If you pay transport charges for those vehicles, then you should deduct the TDS. Third important point. Second point, have you understood? Yes. Third important point. Condition of not owning more than 10 goods carriage needs to be seen either at the time of actual payment or at the time of crediting pay's account, whichever is earlier. On which date we should see whether the person transporter is owning more than 10 goods carriage or not. In section 44 AE, we were seeing at any time during the previous year. In section 44 AE, we used to say that if a person owns more than 10 goods carriage at any time during the previous year. Here they are not using the word any time during the previous year. Here you have to check this condition on the date of credit or date of payment. Yes, have you understood when you should check this 10 goods carriage or not, this condition? Next, what if you are not covered by small transporter category? Means you are owning more than 10 goods carriage. Then you will not be covered by small transporter category, na? Then section 194C will be made applicable to you. See this point now, I'm just actually this point can be explained only after we explain you minimum amount not liable to TDS. See in every section there is some minimum amount not liable to TDS now. So what is that minimum amount not liable to TDS in case of section 194C? 194C says minimum amount not liable to TDS is less than equal to 30,000 if it is a single payment. Single payment means only you are making one payment only for a transaction. Entire amount is paid at once only. So it will be called a single payment. Next is aggregate payment less than equal to 1 lakh. If the single payment does not exceed 30, TDS will not be deducted. If the aggregate payments does not exceed 1 lakh, TDS will not be deducted. In other words, TDS will be applicable only when the single payment is more than 30 and the aggregate payment is more than 1 lakh. Single payment means one payment. Aggregate means total of all the payments done till date. So here there are two different amounts, two different minimum amount not liable to TDS. The first one is 30,000, second one is 1 lakh. And the provision says if the single payment does not exceed 30,000, don't deduct TDS. What if the single payment exceeds 30,000? Then you deduct TDS on the entire amount. What about the aggregate payment? If a single payment does not exceed 30,000, for example, first payment is only 20,000, second payment is also 20, third payment is also 20, fourth payment is also 20. So every single payment was less than equal to 30. So TDS is not required to be deducted. But till now we have made 4 payments of 20,000 each. So aggregate amount is 80,000. Now say for example you are making a payment of 21,000. Fifth payment you are making, that amount is 21,000. In that case, single payment is still not exceeding 30,000. So first condition is not fulfilled. But if you look at the second part, your aggregate payment was 80. Now we are making payment of 21. So the new aggregate amount will be 1,01,000. Is it exceeding 1 lakh rupees? Yes. So TDS is liable to be deducted. On what amount? On entire amount of 1,01,000. On entire amount of 1,01,000. Have you understood this minimum amount not liable to TDS condition? Yes. Now read this. For computing that aggregate limit of 1 lakh, all payments made in the year should be considered. All payments made during the year should be considered. Say for example, here I have taken the example. Here I have taken the example. Mr. A owns 5 goods carriage from 1st April 20 to 31st October 20. On 1st November 20, he purchases 6 goods carriages. On 1st January 21, he sold 8 goods carriages. Mr. B makes the following payment of transport charges to Mr. A during the financial year 2021. First of all, my question to you is he a small transporter or he is not a small transporter? So small transporter means owning less than or equal to 10 goods carriage. Is he a small transporter? Yes. Answer is no, he is not a small transporter. Why? At the beginning of the year, he was owning 5 goods carriage. Then after, he has acquired 6 goods carriage. So 6 plus 5 total is 11. If the number of vehicle exceeds 10 at any time during the previous year, you are out of that small transporter category. Now the point is, say for example, are you understanding what I am trying to explain you? Yes, yes. Dixit, don't worry. We'll check that condition on the date of payment only. That is what we are doing now. In this table, different date of payments are given. We'll try to check that condition on those dates only. Say for example, on 15th April 20, you are making a payment of 35,000. On 15th April 20 is owning how many vehicles? Only 5 goods carriage. Should we deduct TDS? No. So here we have written no TDS as the pay does not own more than 10 goods carriage. 15th July is making a payment of 40,000. 15th July is owning how many vehicles? Only 5 vehicles. No TDS because the pay does not own more than 10 goods carriage. Have you understood this much? Third payment is being done on 15 November 20. Third payment is being done on 15 November 20. How much? 20,000. Now you tell me, Dikshit, he is owning how many vehicles? The pay is owning how many vehicles now? Now he is owning more than 10. He is owning 11. So he is no more a small transporter. He is no more a small transporter. Now we should apply the provisions of section 194C to him. If the single payment is more than 30 or the aggregate payment is more than 1 lakh, then you should deduct TDS. Do you believe single payment is more than 30 years? No, it is 20 only. Now take the total cumulative. See, while taking the cumulative amount, you should also take into account those amounts on which TDS was not deducted in the past. So on this 35 and on this 40, TDS was not deducted in the past. So take up that amount. So 35 plus 40 is 75 plus 20 is 95. Aggregate amount is not exceeding 1 lakh. So on this third payment also TDS will not be deducted. Have you understood this very clearly? Yes or no? Let us proceed to the fourth point. 15 December 20. 20,000 rupees is paid. Do you believe that single? See, now he has already become a bigger transporter. Now he is no more a small transporter. Dikshit, there are both conditions. Cumulative condition also, non-cumulative condition also. Non-cumulative condition, single payment should not exceed 30,000. Cumulative condition, aggregate payment should not exceed 1 lakh. While you make the third payment, the cumulative amount does not exceed 1 lakh rupees. Yes or no? Now we are making the fourth payment. Now we are making the fourth payment. Single payment is not still not exceeding. See, single payment limit is 30. In this case, single payment is still not exceeding 30. Now we have to see whether the aggregate payment condition is fulfilled or not. While taking up the aggregate, you should take all amounts on which TDS is not deducted till now. Yes, Deva madam, the aggregate amount of this year only, because we are calculating income of this year only. Every provision in the Income Tax Act is required to be applied for that particular year only. So now you look at the amount, 35 plus 40, 75 plus 20 is 95. 95 plus 20 is how much? 1 lakh 15. So that aggregate condition is fulfilled. So answer is yes, TDS shall be deducted. At what rate? 1%. 1% of 1 lakh 15,000. 1% of 1 lakh 15,000. Is that clear? Yes, Swati madam, because he is individual, but we have not yet discussed the rate of TDS. We have not yet discussed the rate of TDS. Next payment is 15th February 21. Amount is 50,000. Already aggregate amount has exceeded 1 lakh rupees. Now this single payment is also exceeding 30,000. So yes, TDS shall be deducted as the payee owned more than 10 goods carriage at any time during the previous year. Should we deduct TDS? Yes. Have you understood how to apply this provision? So actually we were discussing the definition of works contract. Here I explained you that for the purpose of section 194C, work shall include following: number one, advertising contract; number two, broadcasting or telecasting contract, including the production, including a contract for production of program for such broadcasting or telecasting. Third point is contract for carriage of passengers and goods by any mode of transportation other than railways. So this point number 3 is also over. Now we move on to point number 4, catering contract. Catering contract. Catering contract means contract for making the food. Catering contract is considered as work contract. They are liable for tax deduction at source. But very important point to be noted is no TDS should be deducted by the individual HUF payer. No TDS should be deducted by the individual or HUF payer if they have entered into a transaction for personal purpose. Any personal transaction, any transaction which is exclusively entered for personal purpose, and the payer is individual or HUF, then TDS is not required to be deducted. Then TDS is not required to be deducted. So say for example, in your house there is some social function. You are given a contract. Say for example, Dikshit is getting married. So his father has given a contract to the caterer, saying that in his marriage you should make this food. Then Dikshit's father will pay money to the caterer, na? Payer is individual and the transaction is entered for personal purpose. In that case, even though the amount paid exceeds 30,000 or 1 lakh, no TDS will be deducted. So in section 194C, TDS is not deducted if the transaction is entered for personal purpose. Have you understood this very clearly? Yes. Now say for example, inside commerce studies, you all have cleared your CA intermediate. Lot of CA foundation students have also cleared the examination. 11, 12 standard students also have cleared the examination. Now, inside commerce studies has kept one felicitation program. Inside commerce studies, they have kept one felicitation program. All those students who have cleared foundation and CA intermediate and CA final in the first attempt, they'll be awarded. Felicitation program is kept, and on the conclusion of that felicitation program, food is also arranged. So inside commerce studies, they have given a catering contract. They are paying money to caterer for making the food. Should they deduct TDS? Yes. Why? Because here it is not a contract of personal nature. This contract is a business contract. See, even if this is a personal contracts are generally entered by individual and HUF only. Company cannot have a personal life, na? Company cannot have a personal life. Company is an artificial person. It cannot have a personal life. So personal transaction only individual HUF can enter into a personal transaction. Individual can enter into personal transaction for himself. HUF can enter into a personal transaction for his for the family. But firm company they do not have personal life. The firm and company are artificial persons. So when we say personal transaction, that point is applicable only in case of individual HUF only. Now, say for example, inside commerce studies is not a separate company; it is a business owned by Tharun sir individually. In that case, also the contract which he has given as a catering contract will be considered to be a contract given for business purpose, not for personal purpose. So TDS is liable to be deducted. Is that very clear? Yes or no? So catering contract entered for personal purpose, no TDS. Catering contract entered for business purpose, TDS will be required to be deducted. Not only catering, this point is valid for all the contracts. Any contract which is entered for personal purpose, tax will not be deducted. Tax will be deducted only if the contract is entered for business purpose. So, for example, you are having a plot of land and you are given a contract for construction of house on that plot of land. Then no TDS. But if you are having a plot of land and you have given a contract to the contractor to construct the office building on that plot of land, then definitely you deduct TDS because it is a business contract. Now we move on to the last point of the definition of work contract. Listen to me very carefully. I'll explain you the background. Then I will explain you how people were exploiting the situation and what government did to prevent people from exploiting the situation. And there is also budget 2020 amendment here. Now listen to me very carefully. Say for example, there is a company, Hindustan Lever Limited. They are into FMCG business. So, say for example, they are owning the brand Lux soap. Do you know Lux bathing soap? Yes. It is a brand owned by Hindustan Lever Limited. It is a brand owned by Hindustan Lever Limited. Now, say for example, Dixit is having his own factory, and Dixit is working as a job worker for Hindustan Lever Limited. So Hindustan Lever Limited will supply all the raw material, all the packing material to Dixit. Using that raw material, Dixit will manufacture the soap. So he is manufacturing Lux soap. Then he using the packing material, he is packing the soap. and once it is ready, he will transfer this to HLL, Hindustan Liver, and then HLL will sell that soap throughout the country. So Dixit is working on a job work basis for HLL, using his own factory premises, using his own plant and machinery. He is manufacturing goods for HLL. So in this case, contract is entered for doing some work. It is a work contract. Possession of raw material and packing material is given to Dixit. Dixit is doing some processing on that, and the finished product possession is once again transferred to HLL. This is the works contract liable for tax deduction at source. But HLL and Dixit both wanted to ensure that TDS is not deducted. So what they have done now, they have slightly changed the arrangement. Now when the HLL is transferring raw material and packing material to Dixit now, they are making the sale invoice. Intentionally they are making the sale invoice. So HLL will transfer the raw material and packing material to Dixit, and they will also send the invoice. Dixit will make payment for that invoice. Thereafter, using that raw material and packing material, Dixit will manufacture the soap and pack the soap. And then he will also make a sale invoice, and he will sell the soap to Hindustan Liver. What they have done now, intentionally to avoid the TDS provisions, one work contract was bifurcated into two sale contracts. So actually it was a work contract, but only with the intention to avoid the provisions of TDS. They have manipulated the transaction by creating the invoice on both the occasion. So this work contract has now got converted into two different sale contracts. So TDS will not be liable to be deducted because it is a sale contract, not a works contract. Are you understanding what I am trying to explain you? Yes or no? Now, government came to know about this arrangement, saying that people are intentionally bifurcating their work contract. These manufacturers who are giving the contract to a job worker for manufacturing some goods, or a job worker who is working for someone on a job work basis, instead of one transaction of work contract, they are breaking the transaction into two parts, and they are making a transaction into a two different sale contract, clearly with the intention to avoid the TDS provisions. That is what government came to know about it. That is the reason government inserted point number 5 in the definition of works contract. In the definition of works contract, government inserted point number 5. Now I will read this entire paragraph except these words. These words are introduced recently by budget 2020. These words I will ignore right now. So what this point number 5 says, manufacturing or supplying a product according to the specification or requirement of the customer from raw material purchased or supplied by the same customer. See, Dixit was manufacturing goods according to the requirement of HLL by purchasing raw material from HLL only. So government has inserted this point number 5, wherein government says that if you purchase the raw material from particular person, you manufacture the goods and you supply the goods to the same person. In that case, don't try to fool us. This is not a sale contract. This will be considered as work contract liable for tax deduction at source. Have you understood this? Yes or no? Now, say for example, there were a lot of entities who were trying to avoid the deduction of tax by doing some other arrangement. For example, this provision says that manufacturing or supplying goods according to the specification or requirement of customer by purchasing raw material from the same customer. Now what HLL has done now? HLL is purchasing raw material from say ABC Limited. HLL is purchasing raw material from ABC Limited, and then HLL is transferring this raw material to Dixit. Dixit is making soap and returning to HLL. Now if Dixit is purchasing raw material from HLL and selling the finished goods to HLL only, and those finished goods are made in accordance with the specification or requirement of HLL, then this will be considered as work contract. This will be liable for tax deduction at source. So HLL has slightly changed the arrangement to move out of this point number 5. What they have done now, instead of they purchasing raw material from ABC Limited and then selling the raw material to Dixit, they have now moved out of this arrangement, and now ABC Limited is directly transferring or directly selling goods to Dixit. Using those raw material, Dixit is manufacturing soap and is giving this soap to HLL. So in this case, intentionally, the arrangement is made to avoid the TDS provision, to move out of the TDS provision, because TDS provision here in point number 5 says, if you purchase raw material from the same person, you are manufacturing goods as per his requirement and selling goods to him only, it will be considered as work contract even if you make 2 separate sale invoices. But here what HLL has done now, HLL has done the arrangement wherein Dixit will purchase the raw material directly from ABC Limited. So Dixit is purchasing raw material from ABC Limited. Using that raw material, Dixit is manufacturing soap, and these soaps are supplied to HLL. So raw material is not purchased from same person, it is purchased from someone else. So by doing this arrangement, lot of companies were avoiding the TDS provisions. Are you understanding? To avoid the TDS provision, what now HLL was doing? They were not selling raw material to Dixit. They were asking ABC Limited to directly sell the raw material to Dixit. So government came to know about such an arrangement. Therefore, government has introduced amendment in budget 2020. Now government says you are manufacturing or supplying a product according to the requirement or specification of a customer by from raw material purchased or supplied by the same customer or from associate of such customer Now say for example, HLL is holding more than 50% shares of ABC Limited. HLL is holding more than 50% shares of ABC Limited. Dixit is purchasing raw material from ABC Limited. Dixit is manufacturing soap and giving it to HLL. In this case, Dixit is not purchasing raw material from the same customer. Dixit is purchasing raw material from some other person. But government in budget 2020 has amended the provision, and government says even if Dixit is not purchasing raw material from HLL, he is purchasing from some other person. But if that other person is an associate of HLL, then also it will be considered as work contract. In other words, if Dixit is purchasing raw material from ABC Limited, Dixit is manufacturing goods and supplying goods to HLL. In this case, if HLL and ABC Limited, if they are associate of each other, they are associated person for each other, in that case, this situation or this arrangement will also be covered by the works contract definition as per the amendment made in point number 5 in budget 2020. Have you understood this? Yes or no? See, section 194C, I have told you yesterday only, it is very big section. In practical life also, you will come across a lot of complicated situations, lot of contradictions, litigation in section 194C only. Now, next point is TDS should be deducted on what amount? TDS should be deducted on what amount? Say, for example, Dixit is purchasing raw material from HLL. Dixit is manufacturing soap and Dixit is supplying this soap to HLL. Then TDS should be deducted on what amount? That is what we need to understand here. Deva madam, if the person from whom the raw material is purchased is not an associate of customer, then this will not be considered as works contract. Then this will not be considered as works contract. No TDS in section 194C. Either you should purchase raw material from the same customer or you purchase raw material from the associate of such customer. And you make the finished goods and transfer to the same person. Then only it is works contract. If you are purchasing raw material from someone who is not the associate of customer, in that case, that contract will not be considered as work contract. TDS is not liable to be deducted. That is purely sale contract. Now the point here is TDS should be deducted on what amount? See, Dixit is making a bill on HLL. Dixit is making an invoice for HLL, saying that this is the raw material, this is the value of raw material, this is the value of labor charges. So, invoice value clearly mentions the value of material purchased and the value of labor charges. In that case, we are saying that TDS shall be applied on invoice value excluding the value of material purchase, provided the bifurcation is given in the invoice. If in the invoice, Dixit has made the invoice wherein he is clearly writing what is the value of raw material, what is the value of labor charges. These two amounts are separately mentioned in the invoice. In that case, on the value of raw material, TDS should not be deducted. TDS should be deducted only on the labor charges. But if no bifurcation is given in the invoice as to what is the amount charged for raw material and what is the amount charged for labor, then TDS will be applied on the entire amount. Is that very, very clear? Okay. So here we have completed the definition of work contract entirely. Whatever I have explained you in this point number 5, this is simplified for you in the form of flowchart. Here we are saying that if contract involves manufacturing or supplying a product, and that product is not manufactured according to the specification or requirement of the customer, that product is not manufactured in accordance with the specification of the customer, then it is not covered in the definition of work contract, no TDS. It will be covered, the situation will be covered in point 5 only if the goods are manufactured in accordance with the specification or requirement of the customer. Right hand side, goods are manufactured according to the specification or requirement of the customer from raw material purchased from same customer or from associated of such customer. Then this is considered as work contract. TDS is liable to be deducted. And Deva madam, whatever doubt you had asked, na, that is covered here. If contract involves manufacturing, supplying a goods according to the specification or requirement of the customer from a raw material purchased from third party. Third party means other than customer and other than associate of customer. Then this is not a works contract, no TDS. TDS is not liable to be deducted in this case. Have you understood this? That same thing is written here also. The term work shall not include manufacturing or supplying a product according to the specification or requirement of the customer from raw material purchased from some third person. That is from a person other than customer and other than associated of customer. In that case, it will be considered as a sale contract, not a work contract. TDS is not liable to be deducted. One more important point in connection with this point number 5 only. Point number 5 shall not apply to a case where the contract does not result into manufacture or supply of article or thing, like contract for construction of building. Contract for construction of building is definitely a work contract by default, but that should not be taken into this point number 5. Point number 5 is just including manufacturing. Building is not manufactured, it is constructed. So construction of building is not covered by this point 5, but yes, still construction of building is considered as a work contract only, as per the normal meaning of work contract. So we have understood in very much detail what is work contract and different situations for different points in the definition of work contract. We have also understood the payer should be a specified person, and the word specified person includes 10 points. Number 3, pay should be a resident contractor or subcontractor. If the pay is a non-resident contractor, then TDS should be deducted in section 195, not in this section. This section will apply only when the payee is a resident contractor or subcontractor. When to deduct TDS? TDS should be deducted at the time of actual payment or at the time of crediting payee's account, whichever is earlier. This you already studied earlier. Rate of TDS. Rate of TDS depends upon the nature of pay. Rate of TDS depends upon the nature of pay. If the pay is a individual HEF contractor or subcontractor, if the pay is individual or HEF contractor or subcontractor, then the rate of TDS will be 1%. COVID special rate is 0.75% from 14 May 20 to 31 March 21. Whereas if the pay is other than individual HEF, if the pay is firm, pay is company, etc., association of person, body of individual, etc., then the rate of TDS will be 2%, and COVID special rate is 1.5%. Is that very clear? If the pay is a contractor, subcontractor in transport business, declaring income as per section 44A. If the pay is a contractor or subcontractor in which business? Transport business, and declaring income as per section 44A. He has declared income as per section 44A. If PAN number is furnished, along with the declaration that he does not own more than 10 goods vehicle, then you should not deduct TDS. Minimum amount not liable to TDS. Single payment 30,000, aggregate payment 1 lakh. That I have already explained you. Other important points: no TDS if the individual HUF has entered into a personal transaction. Point number A is over. Point number B and C are pending. Point number D is over. Point number E is also over. Point number G is also over. Point number F is a very small point, one line point. No TDS when the payment is made to Doordarshan. Do not, Doordarshan is channel owned by the government. So whenever you make payment to an agency owned by the government, channel owned by the government, it should not deduct TDS. You will deduct government's TDS and pay to the government only. No, na. Therefore, they say that when you make payment to government, no TDS should be deducted. Point number F, point number G, both are over. Point number I is also over. Point number J is also over. Exclusion from manufacturing or supplying a product according to the requirement or specification of customer. When you purchase raw material from person other than customer, person other than associate of customer, then it is not considered as works contract. Point number K, cold storage charges. See, if you are a trader of fruits or maybe dry fruits, almonds, cashew nuts, etc., then you will purchase those from the farmer, na? And you will store that into a cold storage. So you'll go to the cold storage owner and you will ask him to store these goods on your behalf and you will pay money to them. Whatever amount you are paying to them, to the cold storage owners for storing goods on your behalf, should that be considered as rent? Should we say that you are paying rent for that cold storage? Or should we say that you are paying a contract charges? If you are paying contract charges, then TDS is liable to be deducted in section 194C. On the other hand, if you are paying rent, then TDS is liable to be deducted in section 194I. So government has clarified that these cold storage charges which are paid to the cold storage owner for the refrigeration facility as well as the storage facility shall be subjected to TDS in section 194C as a contract charge only and not rent. Because in that entire cold storage, no, where your goods will be stored, that is not that area is not demarcated for you. Today, those goods might have been stored on the left hand side of the storage house. Tomorrow, they might shift your goods from left hand side to right hand side. So according to their convenience, they will store somewhere in the storage itself. Particular space is not demarcated for you. So whatever you are paying is not the rent. It is a cold storage charges. That is liable for tax reduction under section 194C and not 194I. Have you understood this point number K? Yes. Okay. Point number H. See, in your house, say for example, cooking gas is supplied through pipelines. Cooking gas is supplied through pipelines in your house. So you are paying money for what? You are paying money for cooking gas or you are paying money for transportation charges also? So answer is you are paying money for sale of cooking gas also and you are paying money for transportation charges also. Sale of cooking gas is a sale contract. Supplying that using the transport charges, the transportation is considered as a work contract. So should we deduct TDS? That is what is explained here. No TDS in case of gas transportation charges paid to the seller of gas. So when you purchase the gas from the seller of gas, you pay money for gas also, transportation charges also. Transporter will be appointed by the gas supplier. You are not going to appoint it. Therefore, we say that TDS should not be deducted. So it is clarified that in case the owner, seller of the gas sells the gas as well as transport the gas to the purchaser till the point of delivery, where the ownership of the gas is transferred to the purchaser. The manner of raising the sale bill, whether transportation charges are embedded in the cost of gas or they are shown separately, will not make any difference because the basic nature of such contract essentially remains as a contract for sale of gas. See, lot of sale contract now generally you will enter into a contract saying that seller should deliver goods at my location. So here also you are purchasing gas only and they are delivering the gas at your location. So it is a sale contract. Even if the transport charges are mentioned separately in the invoice, TDS should not be deducted on those transport charges. Hence, Section 194C is not applicable on the component of gas transportation charges paid by purchaser to the owner seller of gas. The use of different modes of transportation of gas by the owner seller will also not alter the position. However, transport charges paid to the third party transporter of gas, either by the owner or the seller of the gas or the purchaser of gas or any other person, shall continue to be governed by the appropriate provision of the Act, and TDS shall be deductible on such payment to the third party at applicable rates. Means, for example, which is the gas supplying agency in city of Chennai? Yes. Do you know any gas supplying agency? Bharat Gas. Now, say for example, you are entering into a contract with Bharat Gas saying that you should supply gas to us, but not through pipelines. Pipelines are not available. Say, for example, you want gas to be used as a fuel in your factory premises, but there is no pipeline. There is no pipeline. So you have entered into a contract with the Bharat Gas saying that you will supply one tanker of gas every week, and we will send you the tanker. That gas tanker now we will send you. You should just fill up the gas in the tanker and we will pay money for that gas. So you are a manufacturer. In your production process, gas is required as a fuel. You are appointing a transport agency. You are appointing a transporter who is owning a entire gas cylinder. Cylinder means that entire vehicle, tanker vehicle. So you have appointed a transporter who is owning a transport vehicle of tanker. Now you are paying money to the transporter and you are asking the transporter to go to Bharat Gas. Bharat Gas people will fill up the gas in that tanker and then that tanker will come to you. In your factory, they will transfer the gas in your factory tanker. In this case, whatever money you are paying to the transport owner, to the transporter, that is definitely liable for tax reduction because the transport services are rendered by the third party. The seller of the gas is not rendering you transport services. The transport services are rendered by the third party agency. In that case, TDS is liable to be deducted in section 194C because this transport contract is considered as works contract. Have you understood this very clearly? Now we are left with two small points in this section, and with that this section will come to an end. Point number B and point number C. Payment made to a travel agent or a airline. Payment made to a travel agent or a airline. See, if you want to book a flight ticket, we can directly book through the website of the airline company or we can book through a travel agent. So, if the payment is made by an individual, here we are covering the word individual only here, so other persons are not covered. When the payment is made by individual to the airline or the travel agent, above provision shall apply mutatis mutandis to the tickets for travel of individuals by any other mode of transportation also. Mutatis mutandis means what? What do you mean by this mutatis mutandis? Same to same. Yes. Will equally apply. So this transaction of airline travel will equally apply to other mode of transportation also. So if the payment is made by individual to a airline or travel agent, no TDS will be deducted. But if the payment is made by a special person for chartering the entire aircraft, TDS will be deducted. Let's now move on to the last point of this section. Payments to the clearing and forwarding agent vis-a-vis payment to the travel agent. See, payments to the travel agent, they are not liable for deducting TDS. When we make payment to travel agent, we should not deduct TDS. That is what I explained in point number B only. But what do you mean by clearing and forwarding agent? Do you know? Clearing and forwarding agent. Whenever you import goods or whenever you export some goods, you have to get your goods cleared through custom, na? For that, you should know the custom law. So this clearing and forwarding agent, they know the law of the custom. They will clear the goods from the custom on your behalf. For that, you have to make payment to them. Payment to clearing and forwarding agent. That is liable for tax deduction in section 194C. It is considered as works contract. Yes. So any payment made to clearing and forwarding agent will be liable to tax deduction at source. Payment made to travel agent is not liable for tax deduction at source. So here we have covered section 194C entirely. See, yesterday salary section 192 payment of salary took a lot of time. Today this section 194C has consumed a lot of time. Approximately it is 2 hours now. We are discussing this section. But yes, it is worth. And believe me, these notes of CA intermediate will be helpful to you at CA final also. Dikshit is saying, sir, summarize that gas transportation charges. Dikshit, gas transportation charges we can summarize into 2 situations. Situation 1, Deva madam, yes, correct. Dikshit has asked me the same question. So I am summarizing that gas transport point. Dikshit, there are 2 situations. Situation 1, Bharat Gas is supplying gas to you. And they are charging money for gas also and transportation charges also. So you are paying money to Bharat Gas for gas as well as the transport charges. In that case, you should not deduct TDS. You should not deduct TDS. This is one possibility. Another possibility is Bharat Gas is supplying you gas, but those tankers which are used for supply of gas, they do not belong to Bharat Gas. They are owned by some other transporter, third party. So you are making payment of gas to the Bharat Gas, and for transportation charges you are making payment to third party. In that case, on transportation charges you should deduct TDS in section 194C because this transportation contract is considered as a work contract. And for the payment which you are making to the Bharat Gas, you should not deduct any TDS because that is not a works contract, that is a sale contract. It is just a sale of gas contract. No TDS on sale contract. Dikshit, have you understood? Okay. So we have completed section 194C in very much detail. Even if you refer 194C from CF final notes, I am very much confident that you will be in a position to answer the questions. Because we have done so much exhaustive discussion of this section here. So 194C is over. 194D, 194DA, 194E, 194EE, 194F, G, H. This section we had completed yesterday only. So now we can have a break, and after the break we'll start with section 194I. See, now how many sections are left in TDS now? 194I, IA, IB, IC, 194J, K, LA, MN, O. 9 sections are left. Now 9 sections are left. All these 9 sections now, our speed will be more, and these are small sections. These are small sections. Yes, okay. So we have completed section 194C. Let me tell you, three sections are very important. Section 192, 194C and 194J. Rest all are smaller ones. So now we move on to section 194I. 194I talks about TDS on rent. It talks about what? It talks about TDS on rent. Rent for what? Rent for use of land, building, plant, machinery, furniture, fittings. Rent for land, building, plant, machinery, furniture and fittings. Payer. If the payer is any person other than individual HUF, they should always deduct TDS. Whereas individual HUF will be required to deduct TDS only if their sales turnover in the last year was more than 1 crore, or if they are into profession, their gross assets is more than 50 lakhs. Is that very clear? Pay resident person. If the pay is non-resident, then TDS will be deducted in section 195. But section 195 is not forming part of your syllabus. When to deduct TDS? TDS needs to be deducted, tax needs to be deducted at the time of payment of rent or at the time of crediting the payee's account. Here the payee is a person who has let out his plant, machinery, furniture, land, building, etc. So tax needs to be deducted at the time of payment or at the time of crediting payee's account, whichever is earlier. What is the rate of TDS? If you are paying the rent for land, building or furniture. If you are paying rent for what? Rent for land, building or furniture, then the rate of TDS is 10%. COVID special rate is 7.5%. Whereas if you are paying rent for plant, machinery, equipment, if you are paying rent for plant, machinery, equipment, then the rate of TDS is 2%. COVID special rate is 1.5%. What is minimum amount not liable to TDS? Minimum amount not liable to TDS is 2,40,000 per co-owner. So if you are paying a rent, of but this limit of 2,40,000 is required to be applied for each co-owner separately. Now say for example, you have taken premises on rent. That premises was owned by 2 persons. You have taken premises on rent and that premises was owned by 2 persons, so that there are co-owners. Now for example, you are paying a rent of 30,000. You are paying a rent of 30,000 per month. So yearly rent is 3,60,000 rupees. Yearly rent is 3,60,000. If you look at the amount, it is more than 2,40,000. You should deduct TDS. But you are paying rent of 30,000. You are making a check of 15,000 each in the name of individual co-owners. There are 2 co-owners. You are paying 15,000 to each one of them. In that case, you have to apply the limit for each co-owner separately. So you are paying 15,000 per month to each of the co-owners. Yearly amount which is being paid to each co-owner is 1,80,000. That is not exceeding 240. Therefore, TDS is not required to be deducted. Is that very clear? Yes. Okay. Point number. Now we move on to the last point, that is other important points. Ownership and nature of agreement is not relevant. Whether the person who has let out the property, whether he is owner or whether he is not the owner, whether it is a lease agreement, sublease agreement, tenancy agreement, or any other agreement. If you are paying rent, you should deduct TDS. That's all. That rent will be taxable in the hands of the other person under the head IFSP, PGP, IFOS. That is not going to make any difference. You are paying rent, you should deduct TDS. So ownership is not relevant. You paying rent to other person is important. Whether that other person is owner or he is not the owner is not going to make any difference. Taxability in the hands of recipient is also not relevant. In the hands of recipient, whether that rent is taxable under ISHP, PGP, IFOs, where that is not relevant. Is that very clear? Next, point number C. Arrears of rent, advance rent, everything is subject to TDS. When you pay rent for the current month, that is definitely subject to TDS. But if you pay rent in advance, that will also be subject to TDS. Arrears of rent is also subject to TDS. Say arrears of rent is nothing but increase in rent with retrospective effect. Arrears of rent is nothing but increase in rent with retrospective effect. That arrears will also be subjected to TDS. Next, point number D. Point number D. See, when you take premises on rent, you give the deposit, na? Whenever you take premises on rent, you have to give some security deposit. That security deposit can be of two types. 99% of the cases, that security deposit is refundable deposit. At the end of the tenure of the agreement, that deposit will be refunded to you. If it is a refundable deposit, if I am giving a deposit to the owner, and if it is a refundable deposit, then I should not deduct TDS, because that deposit is not an income for the other person, it is a liability. It is not an income for the other person, it is a liability, therefore TDS should not be deducted. But what if the deposit is non-refundable? If deposit is non-refundable, then TDS is required to be deducted. If deposit is non-refundable, then it is an income for the other person, TDS is required to be deducted. Municipal tax, ground rent, etc. charged by the owner. If the owner is charging municipal tax, ground rent to the tenant, so question is, while the tenant is paying municipal tax and ground rent to the owner, should he deduct TDS? Answer is no, because municipal tax is a tax which owner will collect from you and he will pay to the municipal corporation. So it is not an income for him, it is a liability for him. Similarly, ground rent is a rent paid to the state government. For use of land, you pay rent to the state government, that is called as ground rent. So if the owner is collecting some ground rent from you and paying to the state government, while paying ground rent to the owner, you should not deduct TDS. Is that very clear? TDS is required to be deducted whether you let out the entire property or part of the property. It will not make any difference. Time upfront lease charges. They are capital receipt for the other person. In that case, TDS should not be deducted because it is not taxable in his hand. But if that lump sum premium is spread over the tenure of the agreement and it is recognized as an income, in that case, definitely TDS should be deducted. If the pay is government, local authority, statutory corporation, then no TDS. See, we have one more section, section 196. In section 196, we will discuss that whenever you are making payment to government, you are making payment to RBI, you are making payment to mutual fund registered in section 10 clause 23D, you should not deduct any TDS. But here in section 194I, we are having a specific point saying that when you are paying money to a government, say for example, you have taken premises on rent from the government only. In that case, whatever rent you are paying to the government, you should not deduct TDS. If you have taken premises on rent from local authority or statutory corporation, then also you should not deduct TDS. Point number G is already discussed with you in section 194C itself. I have just reproduced here once again. Point number G says what? Payment made by the customer on account of cooling charges to the cold storage owner. Section 194I will not apply. Section 194C will apply. Section 194I will not apply. Section 194C will apply. This we have already discussed in section 194C. Point number H, that is also discussed in 194C. If the space is let out, I had taken the example of Dikshit here. If the space is let out, then TDS is deductible in section 194I, considering it to be rent. Dikshit had let out the space to advertising agency. Advertising agency was paying fixed sum of money to Dikshit every month. That would be considered as rent. TDS is liable to be deducted in section 194I. But inside commerce studies, paying money to advertising agency for doing the advertisement on that hoarding or billboard, in that case, it is a advertising contract. TDS is required to be deducted in section 194C. So this we have already discussed. Last 2 points. If you are paying rent of the motor car, should we deduct TDS or not? If the motor car is provided with chauffeur and fuel, means motor car is provided along with driver and fuel, then it is a transport contract. Say for example, you have hired a motor car. Along with that, driver is also available. So the other person is giving a motor car with driver and fuel, and you are paying money to that other person. In that case, it is a transport charges contract. It is a transportation contract covered by section 194C. TDS will be deducted in section 194C. But say for example, you have taken motor car on rent. You are having your own driver. You will only fill up the fuel in that vehicle. You are just paying a rent of 25,000 per month for using that motor car. In that case, 25,000 would be considered as a rent covered by section 194I. TDS is required to be deducted in section 194I. So if motor car is taken on rent along with the driver facility and fuel cost, then TDS is deductible in section 194C. Whereas if the motor car is taken on rent without driver and fuel cost, then TDS is deductible in section 194I. Let's move on to the last point. Remittance of passenger service fees by the airline to the airline operator, to the airport operator. See, in India, most of the airports are operated by Airport Authority of India, or there are some private entities also. Mumbai Airport is operated by GVK International. Mumbai Airport is operated by GVK International. So GVK International is a airport operator. Every flight which is landing at Mumbai Airport, that airline company has to pay passenger service fees to whom? To the airport operator. For every passenger they are carrying, the airline company has to pay passenger service fees to the airport operator. Whether that passenger service fees should be considered as rent for the purpose of deducting TDS, or should we apply some other section for deducting TDS? So this point says CBDT has clarified, and now this point says there is no requirement of deduction of tax at source under section 194I on the remittance of passenger service fees by the airline to the airport operator. Then TDS will be deducted in which section? TDS will be deducted in section 194C. TDS will be deducted in section 194C, not in section 194I. Because whatever passenger service fees is paid now, that is fees paid for use of land, use of building, machinery, plant, equipment, furniture, fitting, everything. Because that passenger who is traveling will be using, that airline company will be using land for landing the aircraft. We use the premises. In that premises, all these airline company personnel will be staying there. Besides, lot many other facilities will also be used, like machinery, plant, equipment, furniture, etc. So whatever passenger service fees is being paid by the airline company to the airline company to the airport operator, TDS is required to be deducted definitely, but in section 194C, not in section 194I. Yes, is that very, very clear? Yes or no? So we have completed section 194I, TDS on rent. Next is section 194IA. Section 194IA. This is TDS on consideration for transfer of immovable property. TDS on consideration for transfer of immovable property other than agricultural land. Say for example, you want to acquire a flat. Then you are having two options. Option one, you go to builder and purchase the flat. Option two, you purchase the flat in a resale. In both cases, you are buyer and the other person is seller. When you pay consideration to the other person, you should deduct TDS in section 194IA. So any person who is a buyer of the property, while paying consideration for the sale of property to the seller, has to deduct TDS. Other than agricultural land, means when the agricultural land is purchased and sold, buyer should not deduct any TDS while making payment to the seller. So other than agricultural land, every consideration paid for purchase of immovable property, TDS is liable to be deducted in section 194IA. See, what was happening in practical life was, this note now I will explain you later. This note I will explain you later once we have completed that point, minimum amount not liable to TDS. Once we complete this point number 6, now we will come back to this point number 1 and I will explain you the note. This note is inserted recently in the last year itself. Payer. Here the payer is a transferee, purchaser of immovable property other than agricultural land. Pay is a resident transferor. When to deduct tax? At the time of crediting pays account or at the time of actual payment, whichever is earlier. What is the rate of TDS? 1%. COVID special rate is 0.5%. Minimum amount not liable to TDS is less than 50 lakhs. Minimum amount not liable to TDS is how much? Less than 50 lakhs. In other words, TDS is required to be deducted only when the transaction amount is 50 lakhs or more than 50 lakhs. If the amount of sale consideration is greater than equal to 50 lakhs, then only this section will apply. So if you are purchasing the property and its actual sale consideration as per the agreement is less than 50 lakhs, TDS will not be deducted. See, what is required to be seen is actual sale consideration. Fair market value, stamp duty value, all these things are not required to be seen. And number two, this is required to be seen for every property. So these are not the per annum amounts. This is the transaction value for the property. Have you understood this? So minimum amount not subject to TDS is less than 50 lakhs. Less than 50 lakhs what? Less than 50 lakhs actual sale consideration. Not the FMV or stamp duty. Not the FMV or stamp duty. Now see what builders were doing now. Say for example, you are purchasing a flat from builder and the agreement is entered at 70 lakhs. If the agreement is entered at 70 lakhs now, then while you are making payment to builder, you are liable to deduct TDS because the value of the agreement, actual sale consideration as per the agreement is more than equal to 50 lakhs. So definitely you are liable to deduct TDS. But builder is wanting money without TDS. He doesn't want you to deduct TDS. So builder comes up with an idea saying that in the agreement he will mention the sale value of the property is 49 lakhs. The agreement is entered at 70 lakhs only, but he will say that sale value of the property is 49 lakhs. 10 lakh is parking charges. 5 lakhs is for electricity and water facility. And 6 lakhs is advance maintenance. Basically, he will try to put some amount of money against other charges. Thereby, he will ensure that the actual sale consideration of property gets reduced below 50 lakhs. Therefore, it goes outside the provision of 194 IA. If it doesn't fall into the provision of 194 IA, then TDS is not required to be deducted. So builder intentionally will make an agreement in such a manner that the actual consideration for the property will be less than 50 lakhs. He will charge you more than 50 lakhs, but some amount intentionally he will put against some other charges, etc. So government came out with an amendment in budget 2019. This amendment was made applicable with effect from 1st September 19. Government came out with an amendment in budget 2019 and this amendment was made applicable with effect from 1st September 19. Here the government says consideration for immovable property shall include all charges of the nature of club or membership fees, car parking fees, electricity or water facility fees, maintenance fees, advance fees, any other charge of similar nature which are incidental for the transfer of immovable property. So now, whatever amount builder charges to you now, everything will be added up. Whether it is consideration for property or whether it is car parking charges, membership fee, whatever, irrespective of the nomenclature used, whatever amount buyer is paying to the builder On all that amount, you have to deduct TDS if the aggregate amount is more than or equal to 50 lakhs. Have you understood this? Other important points. Section 194 IA is not applicable in case of compulsory acquisition. 194 I. Section 203A dealing with TAN number is not applicable. The section 203A will be discussed in further part of the chapter. I want to just give you as a passing reference. See, every payer who is deducting TDS has to file the TDS return and he has to obtain TAN number. PAN number is something different, TAN number is something different. PAN number, every SSC will take the PAN number. But TAN number, every deductor will take. Every person who is deducting tax has to take the TAN number. And he has to file the TDS return issuing the, using the TAN number. But here in section 194 IA, in section 194 IA, this is transaction for purchase of immovable property. Say for example, you are purchasing a house property, you are purchasing a residential flat from the builder. Now the question is, are you going to enter into such a transaction very frequently? Answer is no. For example, you are doing job, so you are earning income from salary. You are doing job and you are earning income from salary only. So you are not required to deduct anyone's TDS. But since you are purchasing the property, since you are purchasing the property and making payment to the builder, you will be liable to deduct TDS. But throughout your life, there will be maximum 3-4 occasions on which you are required to deduct TDS. In such case, if we ask you to take the TAN number and file the TDS return, then you will face undue hardship. For complying with the provision of the Income Tax Act, you will face undue hardship. Therefore, government says that the payer in this case he has to just fill up one page. Whatever TDS he has deducted, he has to pay that TDS to the government, and while paying, he has to use one form called as Challan cum TDS return. TDS certificate for TDS deducted under section 194 IA will be issued in form number 16B. Property situated outside India versus TDS requirement. Even if the immovable property is located outside India, then also TDS is deductible if the payee, that is the seller, is resident in India. See, if the seller is ordinary resident in India, then his global income is taxable in India. In that case, whatever property is selling outside India, that profit also will be taxed in India only. Yes or no? So, we are saying that if the buyer is paying consideration to the seller, property is outside India, but the seller's income is taxable in India because scope of income is wider, he is ordinary resident in India. In that case, the buyer of the property should deduct adequate TDS while making payment to the seller. Point number E, TDS needs to be deducted irrespective of whether the immovable property is held as capital asset or stock in trade. If you are purchasing property from builder, then for him property was a stock in trade. But if you are purchasing property in a resale transaction from someone, then for that person, property might be a capital asset, irrespective of whether the property is a capital asset for you or stock in trade for you. You have to deduct TDS. Not for you, but for the other person. For the seller, that property might be either a capital asset or a stock in trade, but buyer is required to deduct TDS in both the situations. Now we move on to next section, that is section 194 IB. This is also TDS on rent. But now you may think that TDS on rent we have already discussed in section 194I. Why one more section is required? Where the buyer is situated, we are not concerned with that. The property which is sold now by the seller, that seller is resident in India. That seller is resident in India. Therefore, his global income is taxable in India. So, where that seller is receiving consideration is of no relevance. We are just saying that since the seller is resident in India, what that capital gain tax is leviable in India only. Capital gain is taxable in India only. Yes, buyer has to deduct TDS. Already have a different section, section 194I for deducting TDS on rent. Why there was a need to make a separate section once again for rent only? Because see, section 194IA is not covering all the situations. Section 194IA is not covering all the situations. If you refer to section 194IA carefully, it says that individual and HUF is liable to deduct TDS only if their business turnover in the last year was more than 1 crore or their gross receipts were more than 50 lakhs in the last year. So, for example, my business turnover is not more than 1 crore. My gross receipts are not more than 50 lakhs. So, if I am paying rent, then TDS will not be deducted. Say for example, Inside Commerce Studies is a coaching institute run by sole proprietor Tarun sir. Tarun sir is running that institute. He is a sole proprietor. So he is an individual only. Sole proprietor means as good as individual. In income tax, we don't have a separate entity called as sole proprietor. Sole proprietor and individual both are sole proprietor and his business both are same. In income tax, we don't have concept of entity. Now, say for example, the Inside Commerce Studies premises, Tarun sir has taken on rent from Sarvana. So, Tarun sir has taken on rent the premises which he is using in Inside Commerce Studies, that is taken on rent from Sarvana. Now, Tarun sir, last year his business turnover was not exceeding 1 crore. He is an individual. His last year's business turnover did not exceed 1 crore. So he will not deduct TDS. So he will pay rent to Sarvana without deducting TDS. And what Sarvana will do now? Sarvana, while filing his income tax return, he will not disclose this rental income. He will not disclose this rental income. So on this rental income, tax is very easily evaded. Why tax is evaded? Because the payer has not deducted TDS because he was not liable for deducting TDS. TDS is not deducted and the pay is not disclosing that rental income in his income tax return. So tax is evaded. To catch such a situation, government came out with a separate section, section 194 IB. 194 IB was inserted only to catch such situations. With situations when the rent is paid by individual HUF for use of land, building or furniture, and payer is not covered by section 194I, then only 194IB will be applicable. So if the payer is other than individual HUF, he will be covered by 194I. If payer is individual HUF and their last year's business turnover was more than 1 crore or the gross assets were more than 50 lakhs, in that case, definitely he has to deduct TDS in 194I only. So when 194IB will be applicable? Only when the pair is individual HUF and their business turnover in the last year was not exceeding 1 crore, gross receipts from the business profession were not exceeding 50 lakhs. Is that very, very clear? Okay. Nature of payment is same. Rent paid under a lease agreement, sublease agreement, tenancy agreement, or any other agreement for use of land, building, both. C. Rent for plant, machinery, furniture, equipment, etc. is not covered in this section. Section 194I now. Section 194I was covering rent for land, building, plant, machinery, furniture, equipment, everything. But here only land and building is covered. So if you are paying rent for plant, machinery, furniture, equipment, etc., then 194B will not apply. And if you are not covered by 194I also, then TDS is not required to be deducted. Actually, government should have covered plant, machinery, furniture, equipment also, but they are not covered by mistake. Yes, is that very, very clear? The payer is individual HUF and is not covered by section 194I. Payer is individual HUF and is not covered by section 194I. Pay is any resident person. Pay is any resident person. When to deduct TDS? TDS tax needs to be deducted at the time of payment or at the time of credit, which was earlier. At what rate? 5%. COVID special rate is 3.75%. In section 194I now, in section 194I, there were two different rates of TDS. If the rent was paid for land, building or furniture, then 10%. If the rent was paid for plant, machinery, equipment, then 2%. Here we are having 5% rate of TDS. COVID special rate is 3.75%. Minimum amount not subject to TDS in section 194I was 2,40,000 for each co-owner individually separately. Here it is 50,000 per month or part of the month. 50,000 per month or part of the month. So if you are paying a rent which is either 50,000 per month or part of the month and you are covered in section 194IB, then you should deduct TDS. If the rent paid per month is less than 50,000, don't deduct TDS. Other important points. Section 203A. Section 203A dealing with TAN number is not applicable in this case also. See, in the last section 194IA also I told you that section 203A will not be applicable. Here also same thing. Section 203A dealing with obtaining TAN number is not applicable. So the payer should not obtain the TAN time of actual payment or at the time of crediting the payee account which was earlier. In this section, they have defined what do you mean by the words at the time of credit. Here they are saying that TDS should be deducted once in a year. For entire year, you deduct the TDS once only in the last month. For example, you have taken land building on rent and you are paying rent. you are not covered by 194I. So you can be covered by 194IB if the rent which you are paying is 50,000 or more per month. And this provision says that don't deduct TDS on every transaction, don't deduct every month. You deduct the TDS on a cumulative basis directly in the last month of the year. So, for example, you are paying rent from July to March. So, July, August, September, October, November, December, January, February, you should not deduct TDS. Entire year's TDS should be deducted from the payment which is being made for the month of March. Or, for example, your tenancy agreement comes to an end on 31st December. Then, December is the last month of tenancy. Then you should deduct TDS in the month of December. So when tax is required to be deducted, tax is required to be deducted in the last month of tenancy or last month of the year, whichever is earlier. Whichever is earlier. Sarvana, that arrangement is not relevant. Arrangement can be a lease arrangement, sublease arrangement, any arrangement. It does not make any difference. You have to deduct TDS. But the only thing is, your the payer is individual HUF. We don't want him to suffer more hardship. That is the reason we are saying that don't deduct TDS on every month, on a monthly basis. You deduct TDS once in a year. Last section, 194I, I told you, no? The individual HUF, they are not. You deduct TDS. For the entire year, you should deduct TDS once only in the month of March or the last month of tenancy, which is that very clear? See, TDS is required to be deducted only when the per month rent is 50,000 or more. If the per month rent is less than 50,000, then there is no question of deducting TDS. 50,000 per month or part of the month. Let me give you a very simple example. Say, for example, I have then I but I will not deduct TDS every month when I pay rent to you. TDS will be deducted once in a year. For example, I am paying a rent of exactly 50,000 to you every month. So April to February, I will not deduct TDS. April to February, I will not deduct TDS. So every month I am paying you 50,000 rupees without deducting TDS. Now the last month is month of March. In the month of March also I am paying you rent. How much? 50,000, same. So every month I have paid you rent of 50,000 without deducting TDS for the period April to February. Now for the period of March, I have to deduct TDS on the entire year, whatever has been paid to you throughout the year. Can you tell me what is the amount already paid to you in last 11 months? At the rate of 50,000 is 5 lakh 50. And last month 50,000, that is total 6 lakhs. On that 6 lakhs, the TDS rate is how much? 5%. TDS rate is 5%. 5% of 6 lakhs will be how much? 30,000. 30,000. So while you are paying rent for the month of March, month of March you will be paying rent how much? 50,000. Yes. From that 50,000 you deduct TDS 30,000. From that 50,000 you deduct TDS 30,000 and you pay the balance 20,000. You pay the balance 20,000. Have you understood this? So you are paying rent on a monthly basis, but we are asking you to deduct TDS once in a year only. So as to give you relaxation. Dikshit, I am paying you a rent of 50,000 per month. If I am covered by section 194 IB, section says that don't deduct TDS on a monthly basis. So from April month to February month, 11 months, I'll pay you 50,000 rent without deducting TDS. I'll pay you the entire amount of 50,000. Now for the month of March also, I'll be paying you rent of 50,000. But from the month of, for the rent for the month of March now, I would deduct the TDS for the entire year. What is the amount of total rent for entire year? Dikshit? 50,000 per month for 12 months. What will be the rent? 6 lakhs. Of that 6 lakh, you take 5% TDS. That is 30,000. So while you are paying rent for the month of March, you deduct TDS at 30,000 rupees and you pay only remaining 20,000. So we are saying that we are not bothering you and we are not asking you to deduct TDS every month. Yes, have you understood? Okay, let us proceed now. Last 2 points. If section 206 AA is applicable, then TDS shall not exceed the rent of the last month of the year, last month of tenancy as the case may be. Do you recollect section 206 AA? What is that? What is section 206 AA? If the payee does not submit the PAN number to the payer, if the payee does not submit the PAN number to the payer, in that case, payer has to deduct TDS at higher of the following rates. In that case, payer has to deduct TDS at higher of the following rates. Which are those rates? Rates in force, rates given in the Income Tax Act, and 20%. Out of 3 rates, whichever is higher, na, at that rate TDS will be deducted. At that rate TDS will be deducted. So for example, I have taken premises on rent from Dikshit. I have taken a premises on rent from Dikshit. So I am paying rent to Dikshit. Dikshit is paying. Dikshit should give me the PAN number. Dikshit should give me his PAN number. If Dikshit has not given me his PAN number, then I will deduct TDS as per section 206AA. And 206AA, the rate of TDS is 20% or rate given in the section. In this section, rate is only 5%. And this section is asking you to deduct TDS for the entire amount. Yes, Sarvana, maximum marginal rate is only for section 192, not for all other sections. If you don't submit the PAN number to the employer, then employer will deduct TDS in. Sarvana, not for 192, it was for 192A. It was not for 192, I think it was only for 192A. Yes, only for 192A. So if employee is retired and is withdrawing money from the recognized provident fund, 5 years of continuous service condition is not fulfilled, then section 192A will be applicable. If employee does not give PAN number to the employer, then TDS will be deducted at maximum marginal rate. This is applicable only to section 192A. All other sections, if the payee does not submit the PAN number, then TDS will be deducted at higher of 3 rates, which are given in section 206AA. What are those 3 rates? Rates in force, or rate given in the section, or 20%. Now, say for example, I have taken premises on rent from Dikshit. I am paying rent of 50,000 to him per month. I am covered by section 194 IB for deducting TDS. So I am not going to deduct TDS on a monthly basis. I will deduct TDS for the entire year in the month of March itself. Rate of TDS applicable here is 5%. So for the month of March, how much payment I am going to make to Dikshit? 50,000. And what is the payment made for the entire year? 6 lakhs. Of 6 lakhs, I will take 5%, that is 30,000. So from 50,000, I would deduct 30,000 and I would pay remaining 20,000 to Dikshit. Now the point is, say for example, Dikshit is not giving me PAN number. Since Dikshit is not giving me PAN number, section 206AA will be applicable. And as per section 206AA, I will have to deduct TDS at 5% or 20%, whichever is higher. I will have to deduct TDS at 5% or 20%, whichever is higher. Now, if you take 20% of entire 6 lakh rupees, that will work out to 1,20,000. But I am making payment of only 50,000 to Dikshit in the month of March. How would I deduct 1,20,000 from the payment of 50,000? It is not possible. That is the reason government has inserted point number C here. It says if section 206AA is applicable, then TDS amount should not exceed the rent for the last month of the year or the last month of tenancy, whichever is applicable. So, in case the payee does not give the PAN number, definitely TDS is required to be deducted at 20%. But in any case, the amount of TDS should not exceed the amount of rent for the last month. Because the amount of TDS exceeds the amount of rent of the last month, then it is not practically possible to deduct. So I am supposed to deduct 1,20,000 while making payment to Dikshit, but I am making payment only of 50,000. So it is not possible to deduct 1,20,000 from 50. So I will deduct how much? Only 50. Only 50. Have you understood this? TDS certificate is required to be issued in form number 16C. Generally, TDS certificate is issued. If you are aware, I am just telling you, TDS certificate is issued in form number 16, 16A, 16B, 16C. We'll discuss this in detail. Don't worry about that. 194 IB is covered. Next is 194 IC. Yes, yes. Below means what? Below means TDS amount. Where you are reading? Sarvana, where you are reading? Which line? Higher rate of TDS provided in revenue section rate in force 20%. Anyway, see, simple point, simple language. It says that the amount of TDS should not exceed the amount of actual payment. That's all. Amount of TDS should not exceed the amount of actual payment of rent. If it is exceeding actual payment of rent, then you should deduct only actual rent. You should not pay any rent to the payee in that month. Let's move on to next section. This I have already discussed with you in detail in the chapter of capital gain. If you recollect, we had discussed in the chapter of capital gain, we had discussed section 45 subsection 5. Yes. Do you remember section 45 subsection 5? Joint development agreement. In case of joint development agreement, the builder or the developer will give share in the developed property to the individual HF. And besides share in the developed property, he may also give some amount of money. Whatever money is being paid by the builder developer to the individual HF, on that he has to deduct TDS at 10%. Do you recollect section 45 subsection 5? Yes, Manoj example, definitely yes. If you want, I can take you to that section. If you don't recollect, I can take you to that section. See this chapter of capital gain. Do you recollect this page number 191? Individual has transferred his immovable property, land, building to a developer. Developer will develop the property. Individual will receive the share in developed property. He may also receive cash. Here I had also given you the reference of section 194 IC saying that whatever cash payment is done by developer to the individual HF, he should deduct TDS from the cash payment under section 194 IC at the rate of 10%. Yes. So 194 IC, what is the nature of payment? Consideration for acquisition of immovable property under a joint development agreement. Consideration for transfer of immovable property under a joint development agreement. Payer is any person, payer is any resident person. When to deduct TDS at the time of actual payment or at the time of crediting pays account, whichever is earlier. What is the rate of TDS? 10%. COVID special rate 7.5%. Minimum amount not subject to TDS is 0. Whatever may be the payment, tax is required to be deducted at 10%, 7.5%, whichever is applicable. Meaning of specified agreement that we have already discussed in capital gain. Yes. Shall I proceed to the next section? One 194 I, IB, IC is over. Now we are left with only six sections. Now we are left with only 6 sections. Do you want me to solve practical question? Okay, before we move on to practical question, let us do one section, very small section. In fact, I have already explained you that. Today I repeated twice. Section 196. Section 196 simply says that no TDS should be deducted in any section. No TDS should be deducted in any section if the pay is central government or state government or any corporation established by or under any central act, Reserve Bank of India, or when the pay is mutual fund registered under section 10 clause 23D. When you are making payment to these 5%, central government, state government, RBI, mutual fund registered under section 10 clause 23D, and corporation established under any central act. In that case, you should not deduct TDS. You should not deduct TDS. Yes, is that very clear? Now we can move on to some practical questions. Let us go through question number 1. Question number 1 says Dr. Umesh is an individual medical practitioner. His gross receipt from the medical practice for the year ending 31 March 20 were 120 lakhs. They are talking about the gross receipt of which year? They are not talking about the gross receipt of 2021. They are talking about the gross receipt of last year. Why they are talking about the gross receipt of last year? Because in case of individual, he is required to deduct TDS in section 194 A, C, H, I, J only if his gross receipt from the business was more than 1 crore or gross receipt from the profession was more than 50 lakhs. So here his gross receipt from the business, from the profession is 120 lakhs. So his last year's gross receipt exceeded 50 lakhs. So in the current year, while he is making payment to anyone, he should deduct the TDS. But gross receipt more than 1 crore, more than 50 lakh, this point is applicable only in case of section 194A, 194C, 194H, 194I and 194J. It is applicable only in 5 sections. The gross receipt of the year ending 31 March 21 is 25 lakhs only. See, current year gross receipt, we are not concerned with that. We are concerned with the gross receipt of the last year. Further, it says, during the financial year 2021, he makes the following payment to the resident contractor for various activities. He is making payment to resident contractor for various activities. Now, see, whenever they are using the word contractor, that not necessarily, it does not mean that it is covered by section 194C. It should be a works contract, then only it can be covered by section 194C. That should be very much clear in our mind. That first of all, it should be a works contract. You should not get misled by the word contract. Okay. Let us go through this. See, current turnover is not relevant. Last year gross receipts are relevant. Last year gross receipts are 120 lakhs. These are more than 50 lakhs in case of profession. So he is liable to deduct TDS in section 194 ACHIJ. During the financial year 2021, he makes the following payment to a resident contractor for various activities. Name of contractor is Mr. P. Contract is contract A, name of contractor is P. It is contract for maintenance of medical equipment. Medical equipment maintenance contract. Don't you feel it is a business contract? Amount paid is 50,000. When you give a maintenance contract, maintenance contract for plant and machinery, don't you feel it is a works contract? Yes, definitely it is a works contract. So TDS is liable to be deducted in section 194C. Single payment exceeding 30, aggregate payment exceeding 1 lakh. So your single payment itself is 50,000, which is exceeding 30. So tax is required to be deducted in section 194C for contract A. Is that very clear? Tax is required to be deducted at the time of payment or credit, which was earlier. At what rate? If the pay is individual HUF, 1%. If the pay is other individual HUF, 2%. Your the pay is Mr. P individual. So tax should be deducted at 1% on 50,000. That is 500 rupees. Next is contract B. Nature of name of the contractor is P. This time the contract is for household personal equipment maintenance contract. This is a personal contract. Personal contracts are not liable for tax deduction in section 194C. So TDS will not be deducted. Are you understanding? Personal contract, when the payer is individual HUF, when the contract is entered for personal purpose, then TDS is not required to be deducted. Next is contract C. Name of contractor is R. Clinic furnishing contract. Clinic furnishing contract means making furniture for the clinic. Payment is 29,000. 11 November 20. Should you deduct TDS? No, because single payment does not exceed 30. Aggregate payment does not exceed 1 lakh. While taking the aggregate, don't take the previous two payments, because previous two payments were made to Mr. P. This payment is made to Mr. R. The person itself has changed, the payee has changed. So the payment made on 11th November 20, not liable for TDS. Next is contract D. Next is contract D. Payment is made to the same person, same contractor, Mr. R. It is a clinic furnishing contract. Once again, this time the payment is 28,000. Should we deduct TDS? Yes. Single payment is not exceeding 30. Aggregate payment is not exceeding 1 lakh. So TDS will not be deducted. Next is contract E. Contractor is same person, Mr. R. It is clinic furnishing contract. This time the payment is how much? 49,500. What is the your single payment is exceeding 30. What is the aggregate amount? Aggregate amount is 1,06,500. So what should be done? What should be done now? Should we deduct TDS only on 49,500, or we should deduct TDS on 1,06,500? Answer is on the entire aggregate amount of 1,06,500. At what rate? 1%. That is 1065. So while you are making payment of 49,500, while you are making payment of 49,500, you should deduct 1065. Is that very clear? Question number 1 is over. Question number 2.1 was over yesterday only. Point 2 is pending. So let us do this point number 2. Why an individual whose total sales in the business during the last year was 1.2 crores. He has paid 9 lakh rupees by check on 1st January to a contractor, a partnership firm for construction of his business premises in full and final settlement. No amount was credited earlier to the account of contractor in the books of Y. Which section will be applicable? This is a contract for what? Construction of business premises. So number one is not a personal contract, it is a business contract. Number two, when we say construction of business premises, means we will transfer the possession of land to him. We will hand over the possession of plot of land. The other person contractor will construct the building, and he will transfer the building to us. There is no transfer of ownership. It is just a transfer of possession. So it is section 194C works contract. It is covered by works contract section 194C. Liable for tax deduction. His last year turnover was more than 1 crore, so we have to deduct the TDS. He has paid 9 lakh by check on 1st January to a contractor, a partnership firm, for construction of his business premises in full and final settlement. So on this 9 lakh, you should deduct TDS. Yes. At what rate you should deduct? A is a partnership firm, so you should deduct 2%. If instead of business premises, if this would have been a residential premises, then no TDS. Instead of business premises, if this would have been a residential premises, then this would be a personal contract, no TDS. Question number 3, point number 1 is pending. Let's move on to this question number 3.1. Are an employee of the central government receives arrears of salary for the earlier 3 years. Mr. R was working with the central government. He has received arrears of salary for the earlier 3 years. He inquires whether he is liable for deduction of tax on the entire amount during the current term. So R is receiving arrears of salary for the last 3 years, and he is asking you whether tax is required to be deducted on the entire amount in the current year itself. What is your opinion? Tax is required to be deducted at the time of actual payment. Deva, he is receiving na. He is receiving when means payment is made na. Sarvana, have you understood this? Sarvana, when they are saying that central government or an employee of the central government receives arrears, means government has already paid na. So definitely government should deduct TDS. They should deduct TDS. Point number 2 and 3 were already completed yesterday only. Let's move on to question number 4. Sarvana, you can circle this word. You can circle this word and you can write payment is made. Intentionally, they have written the sentence from the point of view of payee. TDS provisions are applicable to payer, but intentionally they have written the point from the point of view of payee. Question number 4, R Limited has taken a building on lease and it has subleased the building along with furniture and fixture to J Limited from 1st September 17, and It has received the following amounts as consideration for transfer of consideration for sublease during the year 2021. Arrears of rent for 1st September 17 to 31st March 20. These arrears are paid on 11th November 20. How much? 70,000. These arrears is nothing but increase in rent with retrospective effect. These arrears is nothing but increase in rent with retrospective effect. Yes or no? Rent for the period April 20 to March 21 paid every month. The 2,40,000 is not the amount of rent per month. Na? This is for the entire year. Paid every month means every month 20,000 will be paid. Next is furniture hire charges for the period April 20 to March 21 paid every month 12,000. Non-refundable deposit received during the year paid on 12th April 20 70,000. See, non-refundable deposit should be considered as income. TDS is liable to be deducted. Question says, what is the liability of G Limited for deduction of tax at source under Section 194I? Section 194I, since the payer is company, they will be definitely required to deduct TDS, provided the payee is a resident person, amount paid is more than 2,40,000 per annum, tax is required to be deducted at the time of payment of credit which was earlier, irrespective of whether the arrangement is lease, sublease, tenancy, subtenancy, or any other arrangement. Whether the rent is taxable in the hand of other person under that house property, PCP, IFOs does not make any difference. Municipal tax, ground rent, no TDS on that. Refundable deposit, no TDS. Non-refundable deposit, TDS will be applicable. Now you take the total of all these. Definitely it is more than 2,40,000. So definitely tax is required to be deducted. At what rate? Rent for building and furniture 10%. Rent for plant machinery equipment 2%. So this is rent for first two lines. First two lines it is a rent for building. Third line it is a rent for furniture. Fourth line it is non-refundable deposit. So what should be the rate of TDS? 10%. Because in case of building as well as furniture, rate of TDS is 10%. Is that very clear? $240 plus 70 is how much? 310 plus 12, 322 plus 70, 392. From all these payments, TDS will be deducted. Sarvana on 240 also not 2%, 10% will be deducted. That 240 is for building only. On entire amount of 3,92,000, 10% TDS will be deducted. While you pay 70,000, you deduct TDS 10% of 70,000, that is 7,000. Sarvana, furniture also rate of TDS is 10%. 2% is applicable in case of plant, machinery and equipment. For furniture as well as building, rate is same 10%. Why so na? Because the person who is letting out the building or person who is letting out the furniture, whatever rent you pay to that person na, major portion of that rent is income for him. Major portion of the rent is income for him because there is very low maintenance in case of building and furniture. But say for example, you have taken a car on rental basis, or you have taken projector. Inside commerce classes, they have taken projector on rental basis, computer on rental basis. Then entire portion will not be considered as income of the other person. If the projector etc. is taken on rental basis, then the other person has to maintain the projector, na? If projector is not functioning, he has to do the repairs etc. So the other person has to incur a lot of expenses for earning income. So his income component in the total receipt will be less. Therefore, the TDS rate is kept as 2%. In case of building, land, furniture, maintenance cost is very less. Since maintenance cost is very less, in that entire receipt, income component, profit component will be more. Therefore, the rate of TDS is kept at 10%. So, land, building, furniture, TDS should be deducted at 10%. Basically, on entire 3,92,000, TDS will be deducted at 10% only. Okay, let us skip this point. Point number 5, question 5, I am skipping. Question 1. Start to read under section 194 IB. Sarvana, your section 194 IB is not applicable in question number 4. 194 IB is applicable only when the payer is individual HAF, and that too, their turnover in the last year did not exceed 1 crore. Gross receipt did not exceed 50 lakhs. Then only section 194 IB is applicable. Your 194 I itself will be applicable. Yes. Who is payer here? G Limited is payer. Correct, na? G Limited will pay rent. So G Limited is a company. In case of company, nothing is required to be seen. They should always deduct TDS. Is that very clear? Question number 5 we'll discuss later. Now we are left with only 3 questions relating to TDS. 5 we cannot discuss right now. 7 also we cannot discuss right now. Only question number 6 can be discussed right now. Mr. X, an individual, has made the following payments during the financial year ending 30th March 21. For the assessment of 2021, his turnover of the business is 1.5 crores. However, he has failed to get his books of accounts audited. See, whether he has actually got his books of account audited or not, we are not concerned with that. We are just concerned with turnover. His turnover is 1.5 crores. It is more than 1 crore. So he is liable to get. So he is covered by section 194 ACHIJ. He should be deducting TDS. Point 1. Interest on loan paid to Mr. A. This interest is credited on 15th May 20. It is paid on 15th June 20. Yes, 55,000. This interest will be covered by which section? Payment of interest is covered by which section? Section 194A. Payment of interest is covered by section 194A. That is interest other than interest on securities. Who is payer here? Payer is Mr. X. When the payer is other than bank, property, bank, post office, and if the pay is resident individual, limit is 50,000. If the pay is other than resident individual, sorry, if the pay is senior citizen, limit is 50,000. Otherwise, what is the limit? Yes, do you recollect? Deva madam, turnover is already 1.5 crore that is given to us in the question. Yes, it should be only for last year. Current year turnover is not relevant. So I have to look at the turnover of last year only. Yes, shall I proceed? Okay. Interest on loan paid to Mr. A. This is called the section 194A. 55,000. If the payer is other than bank, cooperative bank, post office, in that case, if the pay is senior citizen, the limit for interest is 10,000, 50,000 rupees. Other cases 10,000. So here it is anyway exceeding 50 only. So TDS is required to be deducted. At what rate? 10%. When? At the time of payment of credit, which was earlier. So which date? 15 May 20. 15 May 20 is the date of credit. 15 June 20 is the date of payment. So when to deduct TDS? On 15 May. At what rate? 10%. Is that very clear? Other case 5,000. Yes, correct. Sorry. Other case 5,000. Yes, not 10,000. 5,000. 40,000, 50,000, and 5,000. Three limits we are having. In case of senior citizen, 50,000. In case of other persons, if the payer is bank, cooperative bank, post office, 40,000. If the payer is any other person, 5,000. So yes, 10% TDS is required to be deducted in this point number 1. Next point number 2 is installation charges paid to Mr. B on 12 December 20. Installation charges paid to Mr. B on 12th December 20. These installation charges will be covered by which section? Section 194C. Works contract. Single payment exceeding 30, aggregate payment exceeding 1 lakh. So your single payment is exceeding 30. It is 38,000. So TDS should be deducted. At what rate? Pay is individual, Mr. B. So 1%. Pay is individual HF 1%, other than individual HF 2%. So your pay is Mr. B individual, we should deduct TDS at 1%. Next, point number 3, professional fees paid to chartered accountant. This section we have not yet discussed. That is section 194J. Rent of office premises paid to Mr. C on 11th November 20, 80,000. Rent is paid to Mr. C. 194I will be applicable. And in section 194I, TDS is required to be deducted only when the aggregate amount of rent paid is more than 2,40,000. Here it is only 80,000. So tax is not required to be deducted. Tax will be deducted only when the payment is more than 2,40,000. Yes, point 5. Rent of residential premises 2,50,000. Is it exceeding 240? Yes. And pay is individual. Should we deduct TDS? Yes. Deva madam says no TDS. Why? Do you believe that personal transactions are not liable to TDS? If you believe so for section 194I, then you are incorrect. That is written only in case of section 194C and 194J. In all other sections, even the personal transactions are liable for TDS. Deva madam, have you understood? Residential purpose also liable here. Sarvana, section 194 IB will not apply because anyway this Mr. X an individual is having a turnover of 1.5 crores, and since turnover distinction between a business transaction and personal transaction. Personal transactions are not liable to TDS only in case of two sections, section 194C and section 194J. That's all. Yes. So tell me what will happen? Rent of residential premises paid to Mr. D. TDS is liable to be deducted because the aggregate amount of rent is more than 2 lakh 40. How much TDS? 10%. Brokerage on purchase of raw material paid to Break Private Limited, 22,000. $15,000. This is 22,000. So TDS is required to be deducted at that of 10% at the time of payment of trade, which is earlier. Yes, have you understood this? So we cover up the remaining sections today, starting with section 194J. In 194J, 5 different nature of payments are covered. In section 194J, 5 different nature of payments are covered. First one is fees for professional services. First one is fees for professional services. Second one is fees for technical services. Third one is payment made to a full-time director. Third one is payment made to a part-time director. In section 192. But if the director is a part-time director, then whatever point 4 is royalty and point 5 is non-compete fees. So 5 different nature of payments are covered by section 194J. So 194J is covering fees for professional services, fees for non-compete fees. Fair? any resident person. When to deduct TDS at the time of payment or credit, which was earlier. Rate of TDS. What is the rate of TDS? If the pay is in the then fees for technical services, rate of TDS is reduced to 2% from this year onwards. Up to last year, the rate of TDS here, what it was 10%. Now it is reduced to 2%, and COVID special rate is 1.5%. If the royalty is in the nature of consideration for sale, distribution or exhibition of films, then from this year rate of TDS is 2%. Up to last year it was 10%. Now it is reduced to 2%, and COVID special rate in this case will be 1.5%. In case of other payments will include fees for professional services, payment made to director, non-compete fees, royalty other than royalty in relation to films. Rate of TDS will be 10%. COVID special rate is 7.5%. What is the minimum amount not liable to TDS? 30,000 for each nature of payment separately. So minimum amount not liable to TDS is 30,000 for professional services, 30,000 for technical services, 30,000 separately for royalty, 30,000 separately for non-compete fees. But for director remuneration, there is no limit. For director's remuneration, there is no limit, means even if we make payment of 1,000 rupees, you have to deduct TDS. Even if you pay 1,000 rupees, you have to deduct TDS. Is that very clear? Next, other important points. See, what do you mean by professional services? That is defined here. This is taken from PGPP chapter, section 44AA. So professional service means services rendered by the person carrying on profession of legal profession, medical, engineer, architectural profession, profession of accountancy, technical consultancy, interior decoration, advertising, information technology, or such other notified profession. CBDT has also notified profession of authorized representative, film artist, company secretary, information technology. CBDT has also notified the services rendered by sports persons, umpires, referees, coaches, trainers, team physician, physiotherapist, event management, commentators, anchors, sports columnists. Sports columnist means people who are writing articles on sports in the newspapers. All these people are rendering professional services. To make payment to them, you have to deduct TDS. Meaning of technical services, this you can read. This you need not remember this. There is no need to remember this. But technical services will include managerial service, technical service, consultancy service. All these things will be part of technical service. Royalty is used for use of technology. Auditors is a professional service. Auditing is a professional service. No TDS on royalty, non-compete fees, payment made to director if the payer is individual HF. If the payer is individual HF, then TDS is not required to be deducted if royalty, non-compete fees or director's remuneration is paid. See, in case of individual HF, there won't be any director. In case of individual HF, there won't be any director. So in case of individual HF, if royalty is paid, if non-compete fees is paid, if director's remuneration is paid, then TDS is not required to be deducted. Then TDS is not required to be deducted. Point number E, no TDS for professional services if the payer is individual HUF and the payment is made for personal purpose. This is very important point. No TDS for professional services if the payer is individual HUF and the payment is made for personal purpose. Even if the turnover exceeds 1 crore, grocery exceeds 50 lakhs, you should not deduct TDS. That is the reason when you pay money to doctor, you are not deducting TDS. Say for example, you are hospitalized and the hospital bill is more than 30,000. Will you deduct TDS while making payment to hospital? Answer is no. Why? Because you are individual HF and the payment is made to the hospital for personal purpose. Payment is made to the hospital for personal purpose. Have you understood this? Yes or no? Let's move on to next point. No TDS on reimbursement of expense if separate bill is issued. See, for example, you are working as an employee of Deloitte. Deloitte is one of the big four CA firm. Deloitte is one of the big four CA firm. You are working as an employee of Deloitte, and you have to audit the books of accounts of say Reliance Industries. Deloitte is an auditor of Reliance Industries. You are working as an employee of Deloitte, and as per the agreement entered between Deloitte and Reliance Industries has to pay audit fees of 1 crore. Reliance Industries Limited has to pay audit fees of 1 crore. Plus, whenever auditor goes at the Reliance office for auditing, now, whatever money is spending for his food, snacks, etc., that should also be reimbursed. That is what is clearly written in the agreement. So now we are going for the audit of Reliance. You will incur money from your own pocket. Then you will demand the reimbursement from Deloitte. You will demand reimbursement from Deloitte, and in turn, Deloitte will demand reimbursement of out-of-pocket expenses from Reliance. Say, for example, out-of-pocket expenses total were 10 lakh rupees, and the audit fees is 1 crore. The question is whether out-of-pocket expenses they should deduct TDS or not. If a separate bill is issued for out-of-pocket expenses, or in the same bill, out-of-pocket expenses are mentioned separately clearly, then out-of-pocket expenses TDS should not be deducted. TDS should be deducted only on audit fees, because out-of-pocket expenses is just a reimbursement of an expense. Reimbursement of expense should not be considered as an income. Reimbursement of official expense is not considered as income. That I had already explained in the basic concept chapter. So, when the Deloitte is sending bill to Reliance Industries, if they are sending two different bills, one for professional services and the other one for out-of-pocket expenses, TDS out-of-pocket TDS. Another possibility is they are sending same bill, but in that bill it is clearly mentioned 1 crore is audit fees, 10 lakh reimbursement out of pocket. person will never come to know out of 1.1 crore what is the amount of out-of-pocket expenses. In that case, he will deduct the TDS on entire amount, including the out-of-pocket expenses. So out-of-pocket expenses TDS will not be deducted if two separate bills are raised or one bill is raised and bifurcation is given in the bill, or two separate payments are made for them. But out-of-pocket expenses TDS will be deducted if only single bill is issued. If only single bill is issued and the bifurcation is not available as to how much is the professional fees and how much is the out-of-pocket expenses. That bifurcation is not available. Once you have informed the insurance company, third party administrator, that third party administrator will visit the hospital to know whether you are actually hospitalized or you are cheating the insurance company. In earlier days now, the patient and the doctor, they did collusion with each other and they were cheating the insurance company. They were getting the claim passed from the insurance company and they were distributing that money between themselves. So these insurance companies came out with an idea of third party administrator, saying that we will not pay bill to the hospital. We will appoint a third party administrator. Third party administrator will visit the hospital. He will see the patient, whether the patient is actually hospitalized or not, whether he is undergoing a treatment or not. Thereafter, third party administrator will pay bill to the hospital. And then insurance company will reimburse that amount to the third party administrator. First of all, have you understood this entire procedure? If you are having a health insurance policy, if you get hospitalized, within 24 hours you have to intimate to the insurance company. The moment you intimate to the insurance company, that insurance company will send this information to the third party administrator. Third party administrator is a person appointed by the insurance company. That third party administrator will visit the hospital to find out whether you are actually hospitalized or not, whether you are undergoing the treatment or not. Thereafter, hospital bill will be paid by the third party administrator. And then, in turn, the insurance company will pay money to third party administrator. And whatever services third party administrator is rendering, for that third party administrator will receive certain fees. Yes, have you understood this entire process or procedure? Yes. Now read this. TPS. Third party administrators are liable to deduct TDS under section 194J on payments made to hospital on behalf of insurance company. Say for example, I am an individual, I do not have any health insurance policy. I am an individual, I do not have any health insurance policy. If I am getting hospitalized, I am getting treated. In that case, I will pay bill to the hospital. In that case, I will not deduct TDS. I will not deduct TDS because I am an individual and the transaction is entered for personal purpose. On the other hand, if I'm having health insurance policy, then third party administrator will pay my hospitalization bill. While they are paying bill to the hospital, they will deduct TDS because they have not entered into a personal transaction. For them, it is a business transaction. So while the third party administrators are paying money to hospital, they should deduct the TDS. So CBDT through circular number 8 of 2009 dated 24th November 2009 has clarified that third party administrators who are making payment on behalf of insurance company to the hospital for settlement of medical insurance bills under the various schemes, including cashless schemes, are liable to deduct tax at source in section 194J on all such payment made to the hospital. This is because services rendered by the hospital to various patients are primarily medical services and therefore provisions of section 194J are applicable. But if I am individually paying the bill, then 194J will not apply because it is a personal transaction, it is excluded. Yes, have you understood this very clearly? This section is also very important section. Examiner can ask a question on this for 2 marks. TDS, TCS advanced tax chapter, every attempt na questions are asked for around 5 to 6 marks. But it is a very big challenge to remember all these sections. You have to read 3-4 times, then only you will remember, otherwise you will forget. But these sections are very much useful in practical life. When you go for an articleship, na, in interview also they will be asking you this section numbers. So we have covered up section 194J. Now I am moving on to remaining sections. These are two small sections. 194K. What is 194K? Income on units other than in the nature of capital gain. Income other than capital gain means basically you have invested money in units and you are receiving dividend on that. In case of units, we don't say it is dividend, we say it is income. Income from units. If you invest money in the shares of company, company will pay you dividend. If you invest money in the units of mutual fund will distribute the income. On that income, they are liable to deduct TDS in section 194K. Who is payer? Payer is a person responsible for making the payment of income. Basically, payer will be a mutual fund. Who is pay? Pay is a resident person. When to deduct TDS at the time of payment or credit, whichever is earlier. At what rate? 10%. But COVID special rate is 7.5%. What is the amount not liable to TDS? Less than or equal to 5,000. So, if the mutual fund is paying income and the amount of income paid to the unit holder is less than or equal to 5,000, TDS will not be deducted. In other words, TDS will be deducted only when the payment is exceeding 5,000. Is that very clear? Yes. Which all incomes are covered? The income which you are receiving from the mutual fund specified in section 1023D, or income from units of specified company, or income from units of administrator of specified undertaking. See, forget about all these details. You should remember only one line sentence. Income received from mutual fund units. They will deduct TDS at the rate of 10% at the time of payment of credit, which was earlier. If the amount of income distributed is more than 5,000 rupees, rate of TDS will be 10%. COVID special rate is 7.5%. That's all. Next section is section 194 LA. Next section is section 194 LA. Sarvana, in case of mutual fund, you will receive, if it is a equity oriented mutual fund, you will receive income. If it is a debt oriented mutual fund, you will receive some interest. In both cases, you have to deduct TDS here only, not 194A. Here only. Income from mutual fund is covered by 194K only. Is that very clear? See, if you refer to 194A, now they have not written mutual fund there. There they have not written mutual fund. See, 194C, they are writing local authority, statutory corporation or company. 194A, they are writing any person, but they have not mentioned anything about the mutual fund. So we have a specific section 194K. So 194K is over. Let's move on to the next section 194LA. 194LA talks about compensation on compulsory acquisition of immovable property. Do you remember? We had discussed compulsory acquisition in section 45 subsection 5 capital gain chapter. In case of compulsory acquisition, whatever compensation you receive, on that TDS will be deducted. The payer of the compensation can be any person. Payee should be a resident person. TDS should be deducted at the time of actual payment. Rate of TDS is 10%. COVID special rate is 7.5%. If the compensation amount is less than or equal to 2,50,000, TDS will not be deducted. In other words, TDS will be deducted only when the compensation amount is how much? More than 2,50,000. Compensation amount is more than 2,50,000, then only TDS will be deducted. No TDS in case of compensation if agricultural land is compulsorily acquired. If agricultural land is compulsorily acquired, na, whatever compensation you receive now, you will receive without TDS. TDS is not required to be deducted. No TDS if compensation is exempt from tax by virtue of section 96 of right to fair compensation and transparency in land acquisition, rehabilitation, resettlement act 2013. If you have received compensation under this act as per section 96, then TDS will not be deducted because that compensation is totally exempt from tax. Next is section 194M. 194M is covering, actually it is copied from three sections. 194C, payment made to contractor, subcontractor. 194H, commission brokerage. And 194J, fees for professional services, technical services, etc. Royalty, non-compete with everything. So basically, if you are not liable to deduct TDS in 194C, 194H, 194J, why? Because your last year's business turnover did not exceed 1 crore, and if you are into profession, your last year's gross receipt did not exceed 50 lakhs. Therefore, you are not liable to deduct TDS in section 194 C, H, and J. In that case, you will be covered by section 194M. You will be covered by section 194M. So 194M covers payment for contract work, professional fees, commission or brokerage. You can come here in this section only if you are not covered by section 194C, H, and J. Payer is individual HF other than those covered by C, H, and J. Means those individual HF whose turnover in the last year did not exceed 1 crore, gross receipt did not exceed 50 lakhs. Payee is a resident person when to deduct TDS at the time of payment or credit whichever is earlier. And what rate? 5%. COVID special rate is 3.75%. If the amount paid is less than or equal to 50 lakhs, no TDS. So TDS will be applicable only when the amount paid is more than 50 lakh rupees. More than 50 lakhs. See why this section was introduced. Now this section is introduced with effect from previous year 1920 only. Why this section is introduced now? There were a lot of interior decorators. Do you understand the interior decorator? Interior decorator means those people who will handle the who will furnish your entire house. So there were a lot of interior decorators who were getting the contract for interior decoration, and those contracts were running into lakhs of rupees. 50 lakh, 1 crore, 1.5 crore, 5 crores, 10 crores. All those big people, they used to pay lakhs of rupees to these interior decorators. And they were not deducting TDS because they said that this is a personal transaction not liable for TDS. And if you don't deduct TDS and make payment to those interior decorators, they will not show that income in their income, and they used to evade the tax. To catch hold of these people, government came out with section 194M so that TDS is deducted. And once the TDS is deducted, government will definitely come to know about the name of those interior decorators and PAN number. So appropriately they will see whether they are paying the taxes or not. That is the reason this section was introduced. So minimum amount not liable to TDS is less than equal to 50 lakhs. Section 203A does not apply here. Means the payer need not take the PAN number. There is no need for the payer to take the PAN number. Personal transactions are liable for TDS in this section. This section is specifically made for deducting tax on personal transaction only. Next is section 194N. See what is section 194N now? See, a lot of people are withdrawing huge amount of cash from their own bank account. Lot of people are withdrawing huge amount of cash from their own bank account. Government says you have to do transaction through banking system only. If you withdraw huge amount of cash from your own bank account, for what purpose you are withdrawing so much amount of cash? So government says we will deduct TDS. We will ask the bank to deduct TDS. So this section is a new section. It was introduced in the year 1920 and 2021 with effect from 1st July 20. This section is slightly amended also. TDS on cash withdrawal from the bank account. You are having your own bank account. From your own bank account, you are withdrawing your own cash. In that case also they will deduct TDS. Why? Because government wants to keep a record of those people, or government wants to trace those people who are withdrawing very heavy cash from their account, so that government can ask them for what purpose they are using so much amount of cash. So they have come out with a section relating to TDS. So nature of payment is cash withdrawal exceeding the prescribed limit in a year from an account. Which account? Current account, saving account, every account. Account maintained with any bank, cooperative bank, post office. So who is paying money? Banking company, cooperative bank or post office is paying money. To whom? To any person, whether resident or non-resident. When to deduct TDS? At the time of cash payment. So if you are having account with bank, cooperative bank or post office, and you are withdrawing money in cash, then they will deduct TDS. What is the rate of TDS? If the payee has not filed his income tax return as per section 130 and subsection 1 due date for all the 3 years immediately preceding the year in which payment is made to him. If the payee has not filed the income tax return within the due date, payee has not filed the income tax return within the due date in all the 3 years, in that case you deduct TDS at this rate. Amount of cash withdrawal or aggregate amount of cash withdrawal up to 20 lakhs, no TDS will be deducted. Up to 20 lakhs of cash withdrawal, no TDS will be deducted. If the cash withdrawal exceeds 20 lakhs, but it is up to 1 crore, then you deduct TDS at rate of 2% on the amount exceeding 20 lakhs. For the first 20 lakhs of withdrawal, no TDS. Amount withdrawn in excess of 20 lakhs up to 1 crore, TDS at 2%. And if the amount of cash withdrawn is more than 1 crore in a financial year, then amount which is withdrawn in excess of 1 crore, now on that you have to apply 5% TDS. If you have not filed your income tax return of all the last 3 years within the due date, then at this rate TDS will be deducted. Can you tell me, if you are withdrawing 1.5 crores, TDS will be deducted at what rate? Will it be 5% of 1.5 crores? No. Out of 1.5 crores, on the first 20 lakhs, no TDS will be deducted. On 80 lakhs, TDS will be deducted at 2%. On 50 lakhs cash withdrawal above 1 crore, TDS will be deducted at 5%. Are you understanding? Yes. Other pays. What do you mean by other pay? Other pay means who has filed his income tax return within the due date. In their case, no TDS if the cash withdrawal is up to 1 crore. TDS will be deducted only when the cash withdrawal is more than 1 crore, and TDS will be only 2%. And that too on the amount of cash withdrawn in excess of 1 crore. So if you have withdrawn more than 1 crore, say for example you have withdrawn 1.5 crore, then only on remaining 50 lakh TDS will be deducted at 2%. No TDS up to cash withdrawal of 1 crore. Some important points. No TDS if the recipient is government. See, government will also have a bank account. Government will also withdraw money from their own bank account. So no TDS if the recipient is government, or recipient is banking company, cooperative bank, post office, or recipient is a business correspondent of a banking company, cooperative bank. See, business correspondent means, do you know where sometimes you keep money with the bank, cooperative bank through the agent? See, in lot of cases now people are opening recurring deposit account with the bank or cooperative bank through the agents. Those agents are called as business correspondent of the banking company or cooperative bank. If they are recipient, TDS will not be deducted. White label automatic teller machine operator, white label ATM operator. See, if you know, nowadays banks are not managing ATMs. White label ATM operator. Nowadays ATMs are not operated by bank. They are managed by different companies. So banks are providing fees to them. Banks are paying fees to them, and these people are operating ATM. Means bank will pay cash to ATM operator, and ATM operator will go to ATM machine and deposit the cash. ATM operator will go to ATM machine and will deposit the cash. So those ATM operator they will withdraw money from their own account. For what? For depositing money in the ATM machine. At that point of time, TDS will not be deducted. At that point of time, TDS will not be deducted. Have you understood this? Further, Central government has issued notification number 80 in the year 2019. It says no TDS under section 194N in case of cash withdrawal by following persons. If the person is an authorized dealer, franchisee agent or sub-agent, or person is a full-fledged money changer licensed by RBI. See, money changer will change money on your behalf. Now you pay Indian rupees to them and they'll give you dollars. You give dollars to them, they will give you rupees. So for their business, money is everything. And if you don't allow him to withdraw money, how he will do business? So all this money changer na, while purchasing foreign currency or while disbursement of inward remittance, they will withdraw huge amount of money from their own bank account. So government says in their case, this section 194N is not applicable. The authorized dealer, franchise agent, sub agent, all this will help you to transfer money from India to outside India, and they will help you to get money from outside India to India. So once they have received money, they will withdraw money from their own account and they will pay it to you. So government says all these people who are engaged in money exchange business, to them this section of cash withdrawal will not apply. Why? Because their business itself is to deal in money. Their business itself is to deal in money. Last point, point number 3. It says no TDS on amount withdrawn by the commission agent or a trader for payment made through APMC to the farmer for purchase of agriculture produce. See, the trader who is purchasing goods from farmer through APMC, Agriculture Produce Marketing Committee, he has to make payment to farmer through APMC. For that, he has to withdraw cash. Na? Farmer may or may not have a bank account. So when a trader goes to APMC market to purchase the agriculture produce from the farmer, he will make payment to farmer through APMC. For making payment, that agent will withdraw money from his account. In that case, TDS will not be deducted. So no TDS on amount withdrawn by the commission agent or a trader. Why is withdrawing money? For making payment to a farmer for purchase of agriculture produce, and this payment is made through APMC. In that case, TDS is not required to be deducted. Have you understood this? Yes. Now let's move on to the last section, that is section 194O. 194O is a new section introduced in budget 2020. This is applicable with effect from 1st October 20. For understanding this section, this diagram will try to understand. See, there are customers who are purchasing goods and services online through different websites. This Flipkart and Amazon website, they are called as e-commerce operators. They are called as e-commerce operators. These customers will purchase some goods through their Flipkart and Amazon website through e-commerce operator. And say for example, Dikshit is doing business. Dikshit is into a clothing business. He is selling shirts, trousers, etc. So Dikshit will register himself as one of the seller on the website of Flipkart and Amazon. Dikshit will register himself as one of the seller. Do you know na, Flipkart and Amazon is a marketplace. All the products which are sold on the Flipkart and Amazon website, they are not sold by the Flipkart and Amazon. Other people are also selling. Because Flipkart and Amazon, is a marketplace. So Dixit will register himself as a seller on Amazon website. Dixit will sell the goods through Amazon to the customer, and Dixit is utilizing this entire website and all this IT infrastructure. Using this IT infrastructure, Dixit is selling goods throughout the country. So Dixit will be called as an e-commerce participant. E-commerce participant is a person who is making or person who is selling goods through the e-commerce operator. Using the IT infrastructure of the e-commerce operator, e-commerce participant will sell goods to customer. So in this case, what will happen? Customer will place the order with e-commerce operator. He will make payment to e-commerce operator. E-commerce operator will deduct his commission, and remaining payment he will make to the e-commerce participant. And delivery of goods will be done directly by the e-commerce participant to the customer. In certain cases, instead of paying money directly to the e-commerce, instead of paying money to e-commerce operator and then e-commerce operator paying money to e-commerce participant, sometimes customer would pay money directly to the e-commerce participant only. In both these cases, whether the customer is making payment to e-commerce operator and in turn e-commerce operator is making payment to e-commerce participant, or whether the customer is making direct payment to the e-commerce participant, in both these cases this section will be applicable. In both these cases, this section for deducting TDS will be applicable. Nature of payment. Payment of certain sum by whom? E-commerce operator to e-commerce participant. Who is liable to deduct TDS? E-commerce operator is liable to deduct TDS. On what? On the payment made to e-commerce participant. So he has to deduct TDS on the payment which he is making, and also on the payment which customer is directly making to the e-commerce participant. On both that amount, he has to deduct the TDS. So e-commerce operator has to deduct TDS on money paid to the e-commerce participant or money paid by customer to the e-commerce participant. In both cases, he has to deduct the TDS. Your payer is a e-commerce operator. E-commerce operator is any person being an e-commerce operator facilitating sale of goods services of a e-commerce participant through digital platform or digital facility. Payee is a e-commerce participant. Payee is a resident person being e-commerce participant. E-commerce participant means a person who is resident in India and is selling goods, services or both using the digital network of e-commerce operator. Now Sarvana is asking question to me, how e-commerce operator knows how much amount directly paid to the participant from the customer. See, even if the payment is made na, Sarvana, even if the payment is made directly by the customer na, it will be made through website only. All those payments which are directly made by the customer to the e-commerce participant, in that the payment will be made through Flipkart, Amazon website only, but the bank account of the e-commerce participant will be mentioned there. When you are making payment through a payment gateway, na, in that payment gateway, the bank account of e-commerce participant will be mentioned. So definitely Flipkart and Amazon will definitely know how much amount is paid by the customer directly to the e-commerce participant. 99% of the cases, customers will make payment to Flipkart and Amazon only. And then they will deduct their commission, etc. And then they will pay money to then they will pay money to e-commerce participant. But say for example, I am selling some goods and those are unique goods which only I am selling. In that case, if Flipkart is coming to me, then I will make such terms and conditions saying that customer should pay money directly to my bank account. In that case, Flipkart says, okay, we are okay with it. So in that payment gateway, they will mention my bank account. So how much amount is paid by the customer to the e-commerce participant? that will be definitely known to the e-commerce operator because his website is used for making the payment. They have also defined what to mean by e-commerce. I don't think that this is important. When to deduct TDS? At the time of credit or at the time of payment, whichever is earlier. Rate of TDS is 1%. Rate of TDS is 1% of the gross amount of sale. Sale of goods or sale of services or sale of both. Of the gross amount, you should deduct 1% TDS. COVID special rate is 0.75%. Minimum amount not liable to TDS is 0. Minimum amount not liable to TDS is 0. Point number 7. Payment made by purchaser directly to the e-commerce participant shall be deemed to be paid or credited by the e-commerce operator to the e-commerce participant. So on that amount also he has to deduct TDS. That is what we have already discussed. Point number B. No TDS in case the e-commerce participant is an individual HUF and the gross amount does not exceed 5 lakh and he has submitted PAN number or Aadhaar number to the e-commerce operator. So, if the e-commerce participant's gross receipt does not exceed 5 lakhs and he is submitting PAN number to the e-commerce operator, in that case, e-commerce operator should not deduct TDS because that e-commerce participant is a very small trader. So, in case of small people whose turnover even does not exceed 5 crores, we should not deduct TDS. No TDS under any other section of this chapter. See, if the TDS is not deducted in this section, then any other section of this chapter will not be applicable. Because in all the sections, if you refer, sale contracts are not liable for TDS. Sale contract is liable for TDS only in this section 194O. It is not liable for TDS in any other section. So, if TDS is not required to be deducted in section 194O, then it should not be deducted in any other section. TDS at the rate of 5% will be deducted instead of 1% if the e-commerce participant does not give the PAN number to e-commerce operator. If the e-commerce participant is not giving PAN card to the e-commerce operator, then the e-commerce operator will deduct TDS at 5% instead of 1%. This section is over. Sarvana is asking me one doubt. Sir, what about the commission earned by the e-commerce operator? What about the commission earned by Flipkart and Amazon? On that, no TDS will be deducted. Actually, because we cannot ask the customer to deduct TDS. We cannot ask the e-commerce participant to deduct TDS. These are small people. If you ask the customer to deduct the TDS, then they will deduct TDS on sale transaction, whereas sale transaction is not liable for tax deduction. See, why sale transaction they are not liable for TDS, because if you allow the buyer to deduct TDS in case of sale transaction, then everyone in this country will start deducting TDS. That is the reason government says customer is entering into a sale transaction while he is making payment to e-commerce operator, he should not deduct any TDS. And here generally e-commerce operator is making payment to e-commerce participant. So they should deduct TDS on the income which is earned by e-commerce participant. Whatever income e-commerce operator has earned, on that TDS will not be deducted. No one will deduct TDS. On that they will pay tax directly to the government. They will pay tax directly to the government in the form of advance tax. See, you paid money to Inside Commerce Studies now. You paid fees to Inside Commerce Studies. Have you deducted TDS? No, because there is no section. So in that case, Inside Commerce Studies will pay money to government, pay tax to the government in the form of Advance tax. Sarvana, commission is not received by e-commerce participant. E-commerce participant will receive the entire sale proceeds because his goods are sold. Sarvana, if you are a e-commerce participant, you are selling goods worth 10,000 through the e-commerce operator to the customer. Customer is making payment of 10,000 to Flipkart. Out of 10,000, Flipkart will just deduct 1,000 rupees as their commission and they will pay 9,000 to you. On that 9,000, Flipkart will deduct TDS. And 1,000 which they have earned now, on that no TDS will be deducted. They will pay tax in the form of advance tax directly to the government. Is that very clear? Yes. So we have covered all these sections. This last section only for the purpose of formality I will explain you. Actually, this is not part of your syllabus. See, lot of places in the payee column it was written as resident payee. For example, see if you refer section 193 in the payee column, it is written resident payee. 194 resident payee. 194A resident payee. 194B, 194 double B, payee can be resident, non-resident. 194C, resident subcontractor, contractor. 194D, 194DA, resident payee. 194E, only exclusively non-resident payee. 194EFG, any person. 194H, 194I, resident payees are covered. So there are a lot of sections wherein TDS provision is applicable only if the payee is resident. What if payee is non-resident? Then in that case you have to apply 195. 195 will cover any sum chargeable under this act. Any amount which is being paid to non-resident and it is taxable in India, in that case you have to deduct TDS in 195 if the payment is made to non-resident person. Payer is any person, payee is a non-resident person. TDS should be deducted at the time of payment or credit, which was earlier. Minimum amount not liable to TDS is 0, and TDS is required to be deducted at rates in force. Rates in force means tax rate. Whatever is the tax rate applicable to that non-resident, at same tax rate, TDS will be deducted. So mostly in case of non-resident person, tax rate and TDS rate would remain the same. Tax rate and TDS rate would remain the same. So we have covered the TDS part entirely. If no TDS in 194, then no TDS in 194, 195 also. Deva madam, 195 na, payee is non-resident. I have not seen any non-resident selling goods through website of Flipkart and Amazon. Generally, those people who would sell goods or services through the website of Flipkart, Amazon would be resident in India, na? But your answer is yes. If the TDS is not required to be deducted in 194O, it will not be deducted even in case of 195. No, sorry. It can be deducted in 195 because 195 says if the income is taxable in the hands of other person, TDS should be deducted. 195 will even cover the sale transactions. 195 simply says if the amount is taxable in the hands of other person, when you pay money to a non-resident, and if that amount is taxable in the hands of non-resident, TDS should be deducted. That's all. But practically, this is not possible. All those e-commerce participants who are selling goods services through e-commerce, operator, they would be resident in India generally. They won't be non-resident. Yes. So we'll wind up for today.